Committee back to order, and we left off, Alex, I think we were on page 40, priority 5, academic affairs, retention and recruitment.
Mr. Chairman, yes, priority number 5 on page 40. This is a $4 million recurring request for the Academic Affairs Division for recruitment and retention. The governor has recommended denial of this exception request, and I will turn it over to the president.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will also turn it over to the provost in a second, but I'd like to make a couple of just opening remarks about this. So this goes to the heart of one of my goals for the institution, which is around growing the institutional excellence. This speaks specifically to our ability to really grow and make good on the Tier 1 engineering initiative and the science initiative, and also with the School of Computing that's being proposed, and the board will weigh in on that next month. The ability to recruit faculty that in a competitive market that are able to really carry out leading research in areas that we think are important for the future of the university and the state. This includes things like funding for startup packages for faculty. Faculty expect to receive funds, could be literally in the millions of dollars, to set up a laboratory, to build hire initial students and postdocs and so on. And so that's what this request is about. I'll pass it on to the provost.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. This goes back to the issue we were discussing earlier about how we recruit our faculty, where do they come from, and what is the competitive landscape that we're operating in. And it is truly a national and international landscape, and we compete for the best faculty with other fine institutions across the country. These funds would give us some latitude to be able to not only recruit excellent faculty, but also retain the excellent faculty that we have at the institution, and often some additional resources to help them get to the next level in their research or scholarship can be a critical factor in their decision to stay at the university. So this is really about being competitive for excellent faculty to achieve our goals. We have some wonderful facilities that you have invested in Tier 1 engineering, the new engineering building, that the science initiative building, et cetera. We need excellent faculty to be in these buildings in order to be able to realize their full potential. President Seidel alluded to this aspect of recruiting faculty when we recruit new faculty, and it's called startup packages. We use various resources to try and address those needs. They vary tremendously depending upon the discipline, and the humanities and social sciences, it may be very little. In a molecular biology realm, again, it could be north of $1 million, but we have to be competitive if we're going to get and keep the best faculty at our university. So I'll pause there, and if you have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
So I'm curious, if you start offering these packages to new personnel, you're going to make existing personnel a little grumpy, I presume. So are you going to, what's your plan for that?
Mr. Chair, I'll answer, and I'm sure the provost will add in. So that can happen, and that can also be something where faculty who were some of our excellent faculty might be on the market. They might be looking around, and so we need to make sure that we're not only talking about new faculty, but growing excellence and supporting our own faculty. But I think it works a little bit differently. Typically, a department is thinking about they want to grow, they want to expand in a certain area, they want to increase their strengths in some area. And so they know what it takes to bring a faculty member there. So I would say generally this is something that would be supported across the whole faculty, but we have to think about making sure we take care of our own as well.
Mr. Co-Chair, for example, do we know if Boise State or Idaho State or Colorado State has these startup packages and how much they are?
If I could, Mr. Chairman, we do provide startup packages for our current faculty. This would just add additional capacity for us. It's absolutely essential when you recruit, especially faculty in the STEM disciplines, that they require startup packages to get their program going, equipment, technicians, graduate students, et cetera. That's just the nature of the landscape that we operate in.
So that brings up two questions. I think we'd probably want to know what you use now, how much you have available, and how you use it, and what other campuses do, so that we can place ourselves accordingly and just understand the playing field.
Thank you. Other questions? All right, go ahead, President.
Just to add an example, so at my former institution, not only did we need to enhance our ability to have startup packages, but we had to compete. The University of Texas had a specific fund just to recruit people from my institution. So this happens a lot around the country.
Some places called rustling, but anyway.
Exactly.
Okay, go ahead, please continue.
Well, it occurs to me that these startup packages might be a nice category for corporate funds or for corporate match. Because then they can tailor it as well to what they want to have on campus.
Right? Go ahead, continue, Alex.
Mr. Chairman, if there's no additional questions on that, we'll move to page 42. And this is actually our priority number 7. This is a request for $3,516,000 for the College of Agricultural and Natural Resources. And this is made up of 3 parts. It's a request for 7 positions, startup funds specific to those positions, and then a request for one-time funding for a piece of equipment.
Right?
Mr. Co-Chair, how did you come up with 7 and why? And what are they going to do?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I would like to pass this on to the provost as more details.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Nichols. So these are positions that were identified by the College of Agriculture, Natural Resources. Dean Rasco and her team identified these positions. These were presented to the Joint Ag Committee sometime last spring. I don't know exactly. It was about the time I was coming in May or June, I believe. And so these were positions that she presented to that body, and that's how they wound up on this list. I'd be happy to have their 7 positions, be happy to go through them individually, but 2 of them would be extension positions and the other 5 would be regular faculty positions. One would be a director of assistant director of the Ag Experiment Station.
Yeah, Mr. Co-Chair, if you just
Go ahead.
provide us with that breakdown.
Sure. Mr. Chairman, so the 7
No,
positions are,
not orally, in writing.
oh, in writing?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. I have it right here. Sure. Yep. Happy to send that to you.
Go ahead,
It's a
Lloyd.
great read though, if you want me to.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So did I understand correct that this was really originated in the Ag Committee and not internally from you guys?
It was part of the request that Dean Rasco received from the Joint Ag Committee to present her priorities for the college.
And so
Thank
do we know, Don or anybody, if Ag has put together a draft bill or budget request or anything to that regard?
Mr. Chairman, they did receive the submission from the University of Wyoming. I'm not aware of any bill draft.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? All right, please continue, Alex.
Mr. Chairman, the next item that we would like to bring up begins on page 43. And this is a request. There was an appropriation originally made in 2011 and was most recently extended in the 2017 general session through a standalone piece of legislation, original Senate File 136. And it utilized prior balance AML funds to provide stipends to students studying energy science at the university. And these were 2 or 3 year stipends to create consistency in the funding of their research. The funds are no longer available to the university due to the expiration of the last round of extension. And so we're just asking that extension date be put out into the future so we can utilize the remaining balance. We believe that balance right now is about $310,000 out of the original $2.8 million appropriation. Mr. Chairman, the original appropriation was $2.8 million in 2011.
Go ahead, Mr. Vice President.
So would it be the intent then to use these funds for what the original purpose was, or is to supply a student stipend program
Mr.
within
Chairman,
that
yes.
college? All right, thank you.
Right.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative Stith.
Yes, can you expand on that? So on page 43, the dollar amount is 0. So are you saying that there is currently money sitting in a pot somewhere that's actually AML prior balance funds? I thought those had already been completely spent.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, so all of those funds have been allocated out. The issue is with prior balance, I believe we need to have a legislative authorization to expend those funds. And so when there was a reversion date or an end date that expired, and so we need that date extended out into the future so that we can bill for these AML dollars.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Representative Walters.
my question's for Don. Would this be a bill that we would want to effectuate this versus just doing something in the budget bill?
Mr. Chairman, this is previously appropriated funds, and you have carried over those in section 303. In fact, I think this pot of money has been carried over at least 3 previous times in the budget.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize. How much money are we talking about? How much is this?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, we believe there's about $310,000 remaining.
Thank you. Further questions? Go ahead, Representative Larson.
So Don, we've used this exercise on a DEQ, as I recall, had some reversion sitting stagnant in. We couldn't use, and we had to use a similar process to give authority for them to reallocate those reversions or unused portions. Is that correct?
That's correct. In fact, in the 2020 budget bill, it included a section 304 DEQ.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Mr. Vice President.
so I'll ask the hard question. Given how you've had the authority to spend these money in the last couple of budget bills, do you have any intent to expend it this time?
Mr. Chairman, may I?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Kevin.
It's predicated on the ability for the agencies that can spend the AML dollars to convert them. And then once they're converted, then what we do is allow the agencies to spend them. I think there's one project left for conversion. It happens to be the University of Wyoming. So YDOT, for example, converted a lot of money for us pretty rapidly, and DEQ is now converting the last share of that.
Okay. So Alex, I think they're still blanked in, filled in.
So, Mr. Chairman, I do believe that the issue was when they were forecasting out the commitments of the last round, when there was sort of this remaining balance and making a 2 or a 3-year commitment, the commitments did not consume all of the dollars available. And so the clock ran out. We can't use these dollars during this biennium because of the end date. We need to extend that end date in order to grant or award these stipends for the next 2 or 3-year cycle.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Go ahead, Representative Schwartz.
So how much are the stipends? How many students are we talking about?
Mr. Chairman, so the last round in 2017, 743,000 was allocated out to 25 assistantships over a 2-year period or stipends. So we would estimate that it's about half of that, maybe 12 or so, maybe 11 would expend the remaining balance.
Thank you. Other questions? Other question. All right, continue on, Alex.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that takes us, that concludes the unit 6701. If we flip over to page 46, this is a separate unit within the state aid division. This is the state matching fund athletic competitiveness. There are no exception requests. The governor has recommended the standard budget as submitted. If appropriate, ask the athletic director to say a few words on the importance of this.
Okay. Welcome again, Tom. Good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Alex.
I just want to say, we've been working on this match since 2014, I think. It has been probably the most important thing we've done in the history of UW athletics. Obviously, we've become more competitive, but the other side of it is, if you look at how other schools in the region are funding intercollegiate athletics, Colorado State, San Diego State, New Mexico, UNLV, they fund much of the budget on the backs of students through student fees. Our student fee revenue this coming year will be about 2.5 million compared to 11 million in Fort Collins, 12 million San Diego State, significantly. So that the students are paying a large chunk of the dole of running an athletics program. This match allows us to keep that off the students' back. And we fund it, we use it for things that benefit student athletes and students in general at UW. We had record-breaking attendance this year in football, record-breaking student attendance. And part of it was we were using some of those dollars to market to students. And so I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Questions for Mr. Berman? Thank you, Tom. All right, continue on, Alex.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that takes us to page 49. This is unit 6708, the Brucellosis Testing Research Unit. The governor has recommended the standard budget. As you may see, the budget has gone up to $891,880. That was the result of the continuation of the testing funding, plus the addition of 2 FTE that were approved in the 21-22 budget cycle.
Okay, thank you. All right, continue.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative Larson.
Oh, and I don't know who this is to. I just wondered, do we do research with other universities on brucellosis, or is this just kind of self-contained? I'm just interested what kind of collaboration we might have regionally.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, I'm not certain, but I would be surprised that we don't share our data with other states so that there is a more regional perspective on the brucellosis problem, within the West, for example. I can verify that for you, but it's more of a testing facility than a research, but again, the data is used for research. So.
They've called in one of the pros from Dover, so.
Somebody with an actual answer.
Not the reason I'm here, but in my former life, I ran the testing lab.
Go ahead
The
and
state vet
identify.
lab.
But for the YouTube record here, go ahead and identify yourself.
Sure. My name is Dr. Brant Shoemaker, and I'm currently the director of the WAMI medical education program. But again, my former life, I was the epidemiologist and serology section head at the Wyoming State Vet Lab. So this money goes to support the testing efforts primarily in the greater Yellowstone area, the designated surveillance area. And the lab works collaboratively across state agencies as well as national agencies to make sure that we're testing all the animals in that designated surveillance area. Some of that information for sure is used by both state and national agencies for research, but the primary purpose is to actually perform the testing, and the number of samples and accessions is dramatically higher than it used to be. Just the number of animals in the area, as well as the complexities of doing that testing over time.
So, Mr. Chairman, so these are your samples coming from the sale barns, as well as probably wildlife.
It for the most part is not wildlife. There is a wildlife testing laboratory associated with the Game and Fish Department within the State Vet Lab building.
Okay. You're just processing those that come through the sale barns.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Other questions? Thank you. Continue on.
Mr. Chairman, this That concludes the division on state aid. We'll move on to the division UW Medical Education. As you likely recall, Agency 167 is now embedded within Agency 067, and we have two divisions that previously were part of Agency 167. The first is UW Medical Education, also known as the residency programs. There are no exception requests in this division, and the governor recommends approval of the standard budget. The division provides the funding for the only physician residency programs in the state of Wyoming, and the fundamental purpose is to provide a medical education to family medicine physician residents. However, the program also provide clinical training for students pursuing other health professions and assist in the operation of healthcare clinics in Cheyenne and Casper that provide care to patients. The budget book contains the information as required by the legislation, and that information begins on page 53. Happy to answer any questions on this.
Thank you. Go ahead, Representative Larson.
So, Alex, if you could, if I'm in the wrong place, you can, I'll wait too. So this agency took its cuts last year. Yeah. Oh, this is in the medical residency here, not in the WAMI. Correct?
Right.
Okay, I'll wait till we get to WAMI. That's where my question lies. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yep. All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman. Just
Go
a
ahead,
question.
Representative Stith.
How many residents are there in the program each year?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stith, David Jones, Dean for the College of Health Sciences. We have 18 family medicine residents in Cheyenne and 24 residents in Casper, so 42 in total.
Okay, thank you. All right. Any further questions? All right, continue on.
There are no further questions there. I believe that takes us then to page 61 with the narrative beginning on page 62.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative Larson.
So can we, if we go back to that, and we was just, when we made this here in Cheyenne, when we bifurcated it away and made it we thought that the funding would come up and be self-sustaining. Tell us, has that worked, or do we have to subsidize it, or tell me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, I think you're referring to the two sides of this being, one side being the graduate medical education, so the actual residency program, and then the other side being the clinics, which are now overseen, well, they make up what's called the Educational Health Center of Wyoming. So they are a quasi-separate entity from the residency program. That is a relatively new entity, really just came into being in about 2013, 2014. The clinics are gradually getting better at taking care of their budgets and showing a profit at the end of the year. Casper has perennially done that, the clinic up in Casper. Cheyenne has perennially been somewhat of an issue. But I think with the board of directors we have with the Educational Health Center right now, and the most important thing is that the Educational Health Center of Wyoming finally having a CEO that is solely looking at the clinics, their efficiencies and their, their budgets and so on. I think that's going to continue to progress. The last few years, Cheyenne has finished in the black. Some of that has been related to not filling positions that they could have, and with COVID and everything, there was those were contributing factors. But Cheyenne is making good progress in that regard. I speak with the CEO quite a bit since I'm looking at the residency side, and he sees Cheyenne real potential for what they can do. If they rebrand themselves, he thinks that they can do even better. But the clinics are doing well enough that money is coming back to the residency program from clinic revenue, as it should, since the residents and the clinical faculty are in the clinics providing services. So about 1.7 million, I think, is coming up from the clinics back into the, onto the residency side. That's what we budgeted for anyway for FY22.
Okay, thanks for answering that.
And that was 7 million a year,
Pardon?
approximately 7 million a year.
1.7
1.7 million a year.
coming back into the residency from the clinics, just for FY22.
Okay.
Yeah.
So theoretically, we could start reducing what we contribute then.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think I said that, but but in all seriousness, we are still, I think, in the progress of developing exactly what this contractual relationship is going to be. And I think the main point is general fund money is not going directly into the clinics now. I think what happened in previous years, I mean, 10 years ago, if the clinics were under, they would come to you folks and ask for more money. Well, it's not what we're doing now. We're keeping after the clinics to make sure they're efficient and staying on the plus side.
Okay, thank you. All right. Any other questions? All right, continue, Alex.
Mr. Chairman, if we move over to page 62, this begins the discussion on the division medical education. And this has 3 units to it: WAMI, Wident, and what's referred to as brand. And we'll start with WAMI, which is the unit 6721. There's no exception requests as presented in the budget book today. However, at the November University Board of Trustees meeting, the board did make a motion to request $55,000 to cover WAMI tuition increase is imposed by the University of Washington. And without this additional funding, participating students will be asked to cover the cost of the tuition increase in the contract they sign. Rates are estimated to start at $21,171 for year 1 and increase to $23,815 by year 4. In addition to that information, during the 2021 budget session, a footnote directed the university to explore a different affiliation for medical education. Multiple conversations have been had with leadership, and a proposal was explored. Dean Jones is here if you have questions on that, or would like to continue that conversation.
Well, what was Mr. Co-Chair,
Go ahead.
just tell us what the outcome was, and was it in writing? Is there something we can look at that evaluate, or eventually have a presentation on?
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, we had started in the spring, so shortly after the footnote had come out, I wanted to be very intentional about who we reached out to as opposed to just throwing our name out there to anybody. So our first choice was to approach the University of Colorado School of Medicine. Throughout the spring, we had a number of conversations with the associate deans in the School of Medicine, sort of looking at 30,000 feet, how might this look? One thing that we have in Wyoming is opportunities for rural health clinical education. In return, we need a major medical center. So we thought that would work out well. We could have our students go to Anschutz. A number of the CU students could be up in Wyoming. We finally had a meeting with the dean of the School of Medicine in early fall. I think he was very interested in this. He wanted to look at a few things. His primary concern was, would there be enough clinical placement opportunities by adding 20 more students into their School of Medicine? He got back to us a number of weeks later. He still wasn't sure. Number one, COVID has just changed, especially in Colorado, especially during that time when he got back to us. I mean, it was still pretty bad there, and they were still reeling from trying to deal with COVID. Two other things on a positive note, there had been a plan to add another tower, I think, to Anschutz to create more beds, which would have been a positive. But there is also the possibility that in Greeley, they were going to open a school of osteopathy, doctor of osteopathy school. If that were to happen, they would lose that area for placement of CU School of Medicine students because the osteopathy students would be there. We did hear that the Board of Trustees, I think at Northern Colorado, did approve moving forward with this school. Now, that's not the final say, but if that happens, that may hurt our chances with CU. So we're not going to know about that till May. And I told the dean at the time, understand, we will probably start putting some other feelers out in the meantime. I don't think we can just sit on our hands. It's likely that we're going to face the same thing with some other schools in the area. COVID has just changed everything. And even though we have something I know that some of the other schools in the area want, they're still reeling, I think, from what's going on with COVID. So we are kind of in the point now where we're strategizing as to what we want to do next. WAMI has been a great program, #1 in the country in primary care. There are other dominoes that worry me a little bit if we were to move. A lot of our physician preceptors in the state of Wyoming are affiliated with the University of Washington. If we go somewhere else, does that mean they'll go with us, or will they stay with Washington and just take the rest of the WAMI students and not the Wyoming students who are in some other medical school? So we're going to have to flush some of those things out. I think before we move forward, but there are obviously some other very good med schools in the region that we could reach out to.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Representative Larson.
So what of those schools would you send out to?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, this all just sort of came down in the last few weeks about CU. So we could probably consider Utah, Creighton, Nebraska. I mean, those are the schools that we would probably look to.
Follow, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
So can you explain to me, so on that, they took a reduction last year, and they're going to, this unit is going to then use some of the reversion money. That's what I'll call it, that fund that we get from reversion for kids that don't come back to Wyoming. And they're using that to cover the 3% tuition increase. Is that right?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, there was a tuition increase the previous, this current biennium that was not covered, or we did not ask for the increase there. So some of that has been used to cover the increase, but the students, I think, were still had to pay more in the tuition. So this year or going forward, because of the reductions to basically to the operations budget for those funds are going to be used to continue to allow to run the program. So we hadn't tapped into the entirety of the interest on that corpus previously, not as fully as we could have, but this coming year we will be.
So, Mr. Chairman, how sustainable is that? How many years can you use that for? So I think that the question is, and what we've always kind of looked at is, we've covered those tuition increases as an incentive for them to return back to Wyoming. And if that stops and they see this increase, then they really kind of lose incentive to come back to Wyoming. And so I'm trying to get in my head, if we're going to use the interest on that corpus, how long will that last?
Before it becomes.
Before we can't do that anymore. And then if we pass that on to the students, how long then before they're up there in tuition that it's not really an incentive to come back to Wyoming?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, if we were to, two scenarios, if the state were to continue to increase its funding to address the tuition, I mean, obviously, we could go a lot longer. I think without that and with students paying more, I believe we calculated it was about 10 years. 5 to 6 years.
Not very long.
Yeah.
And so then what, if we were to put, Mr. Chairman, I apologize, follow up, if, what would it take, is this 178.5 then what it would take to cover that tuition increase?
Mr. Chairman, I think the number is likely more 215,000. And really the issue is.
Are you saying, Alex, you're saying 250 or 215?
215.
Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, I think that the issue is the combination of the budget reductions while the rates are going up and managing through both sides of that. It has created a gap, and in trying to be consistent with the governor's request that we not ask for funds back where budget reductions were made. This creates a challenge.
So, Mr. Chairman, so Alex, in your professional opinion, then it appears as though we kind of create a problem in that at some point has to be addressed. Am I seeing? And I appreciate the idealistic approach that we stay in line there, but sometimes that reduction creates a bigger problem.
Mr. Chairman, yes. And I think that is what Dean Jones tried to do with managing through the reductions for the whole medical education division. There's only so much you can do before it just goes on to the cost of the student.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Representative Schwartz.
So I'm curious how this Wyoming model compares to what the other states in the consortium do.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Schwartz, that's a great question. Wyoming is the only state that supports their medical students to the tune to which we do. The other states do not support the tuition and fees for the University of Washington nearly, not even close to what we do for Wyoming.
Okay. Thank you. Other questions? All right, continue.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that then takes us to the next unit, Unit 6722, dental contracts. This begins on page 65. Again, there are no exception requests in this division. The governor recommends approval of the standard budget. To put it in perspective, the original goal of YDent was to fund 40 students when the program is fully funded. Due to budget cuts over the past decade, current funding allows for about 22 students to be funded through the program.
Thank you.
There are no questions on that. We'll move to page 68. Unit 6723, Accelerated Nursing Degree Program, often referred to as BRAND. There are no exception requests in this division, and the governor recommends approval of the standard budget. In 2009, the legislature authorized this program for students pursuing a nursing degree on an accelerated basis. At the original time, it would provide 5 loans up to $25,000 each for full-time students enrolled in the program. Students are then obligated to engage in professional practice as a registered nurse in the state for 2 years or repay all amounts with interest. This program has been very successful in accomplishing its goals. And to date, all graduates have either completed their payback with service or in the process. This program has had a statewide impact with graduates practicing in at least 10 different cities.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Co-Chair.
So Alex, I'm curious, I mean, they all had to practice somewhere for 2 years, so we received that benefit. The question is, do they stay after the 2 years? So do we have data on that?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, we have data on the number of the brand grads who have applied for Wyoming licensure to practice. I don't think we have it split up between how many of them are in their first 2 years and how many of them are beyond that. if that makes sense. I do know that of all the ones that are working as a licensed nurse in the state of Wyoming, over the last 3 years, our return rate has been probably in the high 60% range. Most of these people are Wyoming. They're already living in Wyoming. They've already had another degree and so they don't have any intent to move anywhere. So unlike WAMI, there are only maybe a handful of students who do the loan program. The others do not. And we have like 27, 28 students in a class. That means the vast majority of them are not either have applied or taken advantage of the loan program, but they're still staying in the state.
But it does seem to me that in order to know if the program was doing what it's intended to do, which is to keep them practicing here, that we need to have better data. So we have no majoring metrics, basically, comes to me.
Mr. Chairman, I agree. And we will work to try to get better data on that.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Other questions? Go ahead, Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It says that they would pay back the loan amount with interest. What's the interest rate?
Mr. Chairman, I'll have to check on that.
Thank you. Other questions? Other questions? All right, continue on, Alex.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes medical education. And so we will move on to Division 6,800, School of Energy Resources. So this begins on page 72.
And just as a sidelight, we watched the good director, Holly, did a great job. She was in the New Orleans doing a presentation and did a very good job, represented Wyoming well at the Energy Council just this last week. So it's good to see you again, Doctor.
Good to see you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Coe, Chairman, and members of the committee. I have some prepared comments to discuss what SCR has done with our budget over the last 2 years, but I would like to ask the pleasure of the committee. Do you want me to go through those or go straight to the exception requests?
How long are they?
How long would you like them to be, Mr. Chair?
If you have some opening remark for us or a few minutes long, we'd love to hear.
Okay, I will.
If
keep
it's
them short.
45 minutes or 30 minutes, not so much.
I will.
Okay.
Can you
Taken?
repeat your speech from last week?
I could, yes, but too many already heard it. So I will just stick to these that I have right in front of me. And thank you all so much for the time and the opportunity to speak with you today. I believe you're all familiar with SCR. We're a unique entity created by the Wyoming legislature to serve the state and its energy sector and governed by the Energy Resources Council. And we focus on driving energy-related economic development across Wyoming, and we do that by collaborating at the University of Wyoming and across the state with entities like the Wyoming Energy Authority, the Enhanced Oil Recovery Institute, and the Wyoming Geological Survey. In the last 2 years, I am deeply proud of what SCR has accomplished with our collaborators. We've been moving our carbon engineering program, which is focused on creating new products from Wyoming coal and getting those products to market. We're moving out of the lab into the pilot scale and testing materials in the field. Just one example of something we're working on is a coal-derived carbon brick, and we're going to be building a small demonstration house on campus, and I hope you'll come see it when it's ready. Our other flagship area, which you're probably all familiar with, is carbon capture, use, and storage, or CCUS. Among many projects in this space, we're leading the Wyoming Carbon Safe Project, developing a commercial scale CO2 storage site at Basin Electric's Dry Fork Power Plant. Our team will be on site over the holidays, drilling a commercial or a well that will be designed to inject CO2. And I would just tell you from where I sit, a robust CCS industry in Wyoming has never been closer. You may know, you may not know, I just learned this last week that Wyoming's first Class 6 application was submitted. And for the last year, I've been saying that we thought we would be the first under our Carbon Safe project, but it wasn't us, it was a commercial developer. And so it's really a time to be excited. If you're familiar, class 6 is the type of well if you're going to be injecting CO2. And that's all, Wyoming has primacy and it's all overseen by the Wyoming DEQ. So I've never been happier to be wrong about something. So we have commercial project developers making progress in Wyoming. And so even as we continue to do research, we're trying to support them in their commercial ventures. And that particular project that has applied for a class 6 well is in southwestern Wyoming. It's supported, we're supporting them with work that we had done. We could not have done it without state appropriations and federal funding. So, and all of this wouldn't be possible without all the legislative work that's been done, not just budgets, but all the legislation supporting CCS in the state. So these are the closest, the carbon engineering program and the CCS program are the closest commercialization, but I do want you to know we're working on a lot of other things that are earlier stage that include rare earth elements and critical minerals, hydrogen, oil and gas production, produced water management, methane detection, 3D visualization, energy market and policy analysis, and so much more. And we also try to help folks behind the scenes. For example, upon prompting by Senator Rothfuss, Nethercott, and Driscoll, SCR assisted UW faculty to apply for an American-made challenge on direct lithium recovery. The 2 UW teams won in that challenge, and they have the chance to go to the next phase. And that's their accomplishment, not ours, but we do try to help them behind the scenes. And that performance of 2 teams winning, the only other university that had that was MIT. This is the accomplishment of the faculty. Another example is that we had UW, you might have read, students won a prize for the carbon removal X Prize competition, so the student competition, and we helped them get their project ready. But again, that was their success and us helping behind the scenes. So, and I would reiterate that we see our role as one of service to the state of Wyoming. The appropriations provided by this body, this legislature, have allowed our research staff to take the time to support you all, the executive branch, when you need our help. So in the coming biennium, we'll continue driving our program, CCS and carbon engineering, toward commercialization, but we'll also support all the other things I mentioned and try to move those toward commercialization. So that's just a snapshot of what we do and how we'll use the funding appropriated to us. So should you choose. And next I can move on to the exception requests, if that's.
Thank you. Just a quick question. So you guys are drilling a well for the CCUS project at Dry Fork?
Yes, sir.
I understand that. Do you have to submit what kind of class application well disposable do you have to submit your application for? Is it a class 6 as well?
Mr. Chairman, so that we have already obtained our class 1 permit. And so we'll do class 1. We have class 1 and then we do testing with it. And then we will convert that to a class 6.
Okay.
So it will be class 6 ultimately.
All right. Thank you. Representative Larson.
Holly, I also have in my mind that you guys have been working on getting some funding and that was recently started to get that. Can you explain? I think it's like $500,000 or something. Can you explain that? Because that's a big deal for the school as well. Can you explain what that was and the effort that we did for that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, we're always competing for funding. So we've had a few successes recently. I think we did stand up $3 million worth of rare earth grants, but I don't think that the other one you're referring to, it's not public yet, but I will just say we have initial indications that we've been awarded about $600,000 to work on hydrogen. So, and that's from the Department of Energy. So always trying to grow our program and our competitive funding, but.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, so
Go ahead.
So then who in your group there, do you have a grant writer? How do you do that?
Mm-hmm. Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, that's a really good question. And I really appreciate all the discussion about the pre-award office. This is near and dear to our hearts. So one thing, most of SCR's research staff is funded on competitive grants, not our state funding, but we need the state funding to have cost share. So it's really important. So what we've learned is when your job and your salary depend on you being able to write grants, you get very, very good at it. And so we have a high success rate with our folks. So we have our own, we don't have grant writers, but we have a high success rate at SCR external federal grants. But we always have to work with the pre-award office that was discussed earlier, and supporting them is absolutely critical to our success. And I would just say, the folks that are in that office are so dedicated, hardworking individuals. There's just too few of them. So, but we're really grateful for all they do. But our grant writers are internal, and they're the technical experts.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Just following up on the cost share element of those things. Doctor, and the cost shares, occasionally those are in kind, but generally are they cash, or are they they allow for in-kind cost share as well?
Mr. Chairman, we do both.
Do both. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? All right, so please continue.
Okay, so on page 71 of the UW biennium budget request, the university submitted a standard budget request in the amount of $16,868,000. And that's $128,525 less than our FY 21-22 appropriation, even after our 10% budget cut. And that's because, similar to the university, the 10% budget cut was applied to one-time funding during FY 21-22. And now for FY 23-24, that was applied to our standard budget. Okay.
So,
Go ahead.
so was that done? I've got to learn to turn my mic on. Sorry, Mr. Chairman. So was that done when it was still, was that part of the university's budget reduction request, or was that done after we'd kind of separated them?
Mr. Chair, Representative Larson, so the 10% was just the standard budget. This additional cut to SCR doesn't have anything to do with UW. I think it has to do with how, I think Director Hibbert can explain how the standard budgets were calculated.
So I guess, Mr. Chairman and Kevin, what I'm trying to figure out is if that step 3 reduction was made on a one-time funding thing, then they're expected to biennialize that and carry it forward. Seems to be a little wonky, but maybe you can walk me through that.
Mr. Chairman, yes. The University of Wyoming did have cuts that they recommended that were of one-time funding source. So when we sent out the targets for the enterprise, we sent the targets for the standard budget and the one-time, because we were in a situation where we had to slow spending, recover from COVID, and we were looking at the total amount of general funds regardless of whether it was one-time or if it was ongoing. So then they made a recommendation for the cut, and we made the recommendation that one-time become ongoing. And the reason we did is largely associated with how we came to arrive at trying to balance the community colleges reductions ongoing and the University of Wyoming's reductions ongoing, which today, if you go all the way through, if you start at COVID, like I said earlier this morning, prior to the COVID impact, all the way through the recommendations, including the $7.2 million and the recommendations now that we have for SCR, then the University of Wyoming reductions, including Capcom, would be 7.6%, and then community colleges was almost 8%.
So then, follow up, Mr. Chairman. So Kevin, if I understand our structure now, and maybe I don't, this isn't kind of an agency in its own now.
Yes, it is now.
And so to base that on what, to your explanation, to ensure that the university and the community college kind of follow the same path, they're this anomaly that isn't in that, but yet they've fallen, they have to comply by biennializing that one-time funding.
Yeah, so
right?
These actions happened before the separation.
Right.
And the recommendation was to make them ongoing. The legislature accepted that, and we built a standard predicated on that.
Right. Okay. I just making sure that I've got, because all of this kind of happened at once. We removed them out of the University of Wyoming. But the step 3, that was all while they were still attached to the University of Wyoming. I'm just trying to get it in my mind. But I think that the point here, Mr. Chairman, is that there's kind of an unusual path there that now is impacting this budget. So
Mr. Chairman, yes. Matter of fact is that we made recommendations to biannualize one-time cuts to balance. And the legislature accepted that. And when we do so, that if we deliver upon that standard budget in that fashion. So the standard budget is predicated on our actions.
oh, sure, blame us.
Excuse me?
Blame us.
Blame,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
blame myself first.
All right,
So,
continue. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman. So, and that discussion might help. But as we go through the SCR exception request, we're requesting the 130,000, which was the amount of one-time funding cut that applied to our standard budget, requests that be restored to our standard budget. But right now it's listed as exception budget, and that's our priority number one.
Yep.
I hope, okay. Okay, so then also listed on page 73 is an exception request, which is a critical priority for SCR, and it's our priority number 2. And in his presentation to this body in December 2019, my predecessor, Dr. Mark Northam, requested an increase to the standard budget for SCR of 1.3 million. Instead, that was appropriated as one-time funding. And so that's kind of causing the confusion here. But after the 10% cut, that is 1.17. And so that's what we've requested again. We request again that this be made part of our standard budget. And this is used for 3 things that are critical to our everyday functions. And one is to support an academic director to oversee our academic program. And we've hired someone into this position, and our academic program, which is mandated by statute, cannot function without that position. We've introduced an energy minor in the last 2 years called Energy Resource Management. And we're working to ensure that UW students have access to broad energy focused coursework. The second thing that funding supports is a Center for Energy Regulation and Policy Analysis. This center is highly multidisciplinary and has led to really important work over the biennium. Let me give an example. SCR led a webinar. This center led a webinar to push back on the Biden administration's moratorium on federal oil and gas leasing. I am really proud of our faculty members like SCR Professor of Economics, Tim Considine, who on behalf of the Wyoming Energy Authority did a study to estimate the financial impacts of that leasing moratorium to Wyoming. And if you remember, it was upwards of $20 billion to 2040. That we held the webinar and brought attention to that study that was done. And I think that ultimately was one of many pieces in supporting our federal delegation and giving them the data-driven analysis they needed to push back on that ban that was ultimately walked back, although I personally believe it had permanent damage. They're also working on the policy aspects of building new industries in Wyoming. So that group has a report that's about to be published on rare earth elements.
Doctor, in the actual case in Louisiana, went to federal court.
Yes.
That imposed the nationwide moratorium, or actually enjoined the nationwide moratorium. There was a WAMI study that was cited in that case. Was that this study as well?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you.
We also did a second study that didn't get enough attention, in my opinion, but it was a joint study between Wyoming Energy Authority and Enhanced Oil Recovery Institute and SCR that was focused on the greenhouse gas impact. So that moratorium was justified because supposedly it was going to reduce emissions. But if you think about where oil and gas will come from, if Wyoming isn't producing, generally the greenhouse gas footprint would be higher. And so we also demonstrated that the impacts on emissions would not be in line with what the objective of that policy was, but nobody really paid attention to that one. So, but we're trying to do everything we can to push back on that kind of damaging legislation to Wyoming. So, or not legislation, federal action, executive action. So we also have a report coming out on rare earth elements and critical minerals. And how it really details China's stranglehold over those materials, which are so important to energy, national defense, and more. And that group really supports the CCS effort on the policy side in Wyoming and beyond. So, and then the third area that we use this bucket of money for is that is supporting centers of excellence across UW. So in the last biennium, we have begun supporting the Center for Blockchain and Digital Innovation, which does have an important tie to energy in Wyoming. And we've been supporting the Wind Energy Research Center. And in addition to that, we support centers across UW. We're standing up centers now on hydrogen and nuclear, and then we support centers across UW, focus on oil and gas production, biogenic methane, new uses for coal, and more. So that is our priority number 2.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, moving to our last exception requests, on page 74 of the budget book, SCR has an exception request for one-time funding, our priority number 3. This request is not for SCR research. Rather, it proposes a program the SCR would just administrate and oversee. And the program will be focused on a nuclear energy collaboration and training program. And in other words, SCR proposes to administer a capacity building program to support UW and the community colleges to develop expertise and collaborative relationships to grow nuclear related research, academic and training programs. This funding could include support for new program development, as well as support for faculty and students to visit nuclear experts in private industry, government labs, and other universities. These funds would require one-to-one matching and including in kind. And this is our 3rd priority. This concept came from a visit to Idaho National Lab between myself, Glenn Morrell from the Wyoming Energy Authority, Representative Larson, Representative Greer, and Representative Burkhart. And they thought that this would help us launch collaborative work in nuclear across the state. So, but this is again, not research for or money for SCR, but for us to administer.
Thank you. What, just out of curiosity, and maybe I missed it, but what are the non-state funds that you anticipate will be available for match if that nuclear collaboration and training program funding was?
Mr. Chairman, we already have existing research at UW from Idaho National Lab, and we were hoping we could leverage some of that. So they've been working on the emerging markets analysis, which helps with citing of advanced nuclear technologies. In addition, after that, I do not have the full match secured, so I would have to go hit the streets and find it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Any other questions for our friends at the SCR? Go ahead, Representative Stitt.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Krutka, tell me a little bit about the School of Energy Resources generates more intellectual property than the other schools and colleges, sort of not surprisingly. Tell me a little bit about how the intellectual property licensing works at the school. Do you outsource that to other areas of the university? Do you do that yourselves? How does that work?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stith, just like I was mentioning with the pre-award office, we don't have these functions in-house. We rely on the university. So we work with the university tech transfer office to manage our intellectual property.
Okay. Any other questions for? Okay, thank you. Appreciate your presentation, your time today, Doctor. Thanks for taking the time to come over. All right, Alex, I think we're now to the Division 1 tier engineering.
Yes, Mr. Chairman,
Okay.
if we could move to, it begins on page 76, the division of Tier 1 engineering. It's a single unit division, and there are no exception requests in the division. The governor recommends approval of the standard budget. I think in general, the goals of the initiative remain the same. The dean of the college is here to give a brief update on the Tier 1 initiative.
Okay. Go ahead, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's Tier 1 is, the goals are to move us forward in terms of our national prominence, help our students, help our state. If you look at the 4 strategic goals, they talk about undergraduate education. They talk about world-class research and graduate education. They talk about productive economic development for the state. And the 4th one is K through 14 education and outreach. And I think we've made a lot of progress in all those areas. I could give you a quick example. If you just look at the numbers from 2015 to 2019, we increased our PhD production by 215%, primarily due to the effects of the Tier 1 funding. Now, one thing we do, and with Tier 1, for example, is a professor will put out a grant asking to fund, let's say, 2 PhD students. And what we'll do with Tier 1 funding is we'll say, if you do that, we will match that. We'll get you 2 more. We'll pay for 2 more PhD students, basically doubling the effect of a grant. Not only does that help increase PhD production, but it also helps the professor get the grant. And we have all sorts of outreach in the state that we've done. There's a program called ESP for T, which stands for Engineering Summer Program for Teachers, where we bring in teachers from all over the state, and we have them there for a week. We pay them to come. We give them a stipend, we give them the equipment. We have professors show them how they can incorporate topics like computer science and computer technology and networking and things into the classroom without necessarily adding another topic in a very tight schedule, but how to integrate it and weave it into what they already teach. And it's very, very popular. And many of the teachers come back again to learn more. And we're expanding those as well. We also have used Tier 1 funding to create a student success center, which it combines both professional advisors. We have a co-op and internship coordinator. We have a career services coordinator to connect with industries around the state and around the country to help them find jobs and to use it. We come in and we run a STEM career fair every semester. And so we've really, if you look at the 4 primary strategic goals, we've really made good progress in those with the benefit of the Tier 1 funding.
Thank you. Any questions for our friends at Tier 1 Engineering? Any questions? Go ahead, Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Dean, you've been here for a year and a half.
Well, so I've been at UW for 19 years.
19 years. So
Dean's
so you probably influenced my kids then. So thank you. So Tier 1 has really been an emphasis of this legislature since I come in. And so I would just like your opinion if we're on track to where and achieving the goals that your staff and hopefully we as legislature set out to achieve, or just some thoughts on that. We've invested a lot of money.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, I think that we are on track. I think that if we did not have issues like the revenue issues in the state and budget cuts in the block grant and COVID and things that have kind of held us back, we'd be even further along. But I do think we are still making progress. We still keep our eye on the ball. We still look at those 4 strategic goals that the Tier 1 funding is supposed to be promoting. And we're always, the associate deans, the faculty, the department heads, we're always talking about, what else can we do? What can we do to move forward, to get better? And it's difficult when you take 2 steps forward and 1 back, when you have a COVID pandemic or things like that. But I do still believe we're making good progress.
And I missed when you said that you'd increased your PhD output by 250% in the last how many years?
So, Mr. Chairman, that was from it was a number from 2015 to 2019.
Okay.
And what was it they increased?
And when we say we went from 1 to 2.25, or what is that number? What does that look like?
Mr. Chairman, I don't know the exact number, but it's like around 20.
Around 20. All right. Thank you. Yes, President. Your mic is red. We need it to be green. There we go.
Yeah, I would just say I am quite dedicated to fulfilling the vision of Tier 1 engineering. I've met with Cam quite often. A couple of things that we're doing that go beyond the original plan. Our proposed School of Computing would be creating joint faculty positions in with engineering and other units, but engineering would be one. And one of the original views of the tier one engineering was there would be a strong computational science program. So we're helping to fulfill that with the proposed School of Computing. We've also made reorganizational changes that include bringing units like physics, mathematics, chemistry, and geosciences into engineering. That creates a lot stronger collaborative capabilities within the College of Engineering and related subjects. So that should help strengthen the area. And then we have brought in a consultant who ran the entire engineering program at the National Science Foundation for 4 years, who meets regularly with CAM. And in fact, Kevin and I had a call with him just recently. His name is Tom Peterson, and he's helping advise us on ways to help strengthen the college going forward.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions? Other questions? All right. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that brings us to page 80, the
Yep, to the
division.
NCAR.
NCAR MOU. There's again, no exception requests in this division. The governor recommends approval of the standard budget. Under the terms of the MOU, the university must provide $1 million per year for 20 years, beginning with the first payment in 2010. As a result of state budget reductions, the university must now find the resources internally to cover the difference. That has been funded over the last few years between administration and the Office of Research and Economic Development.
Yes, go ahead, President Sagal.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a comment about this. So NCAR is an incredible asset. The NCAR computing facility in Cheyenne, NCAR, National Center for Atmospheric Research, is in Colorado, but their computing facility is here. I've had a long history with this, including back in the middle 2000s, chairing a committee to the NSF that recommended that be placed in Cheyenne. I didn't have any idea I'd be here some years later, but I have met frequently with the NCAR leadership, the director of the NSF, the head of NCAR, and others about ways to take better advantage of that for growing our computational capacity within the state, even thinking about corporate partners programs, and thinking about creating a multi-agency facility there that could include the Department of Energy, USGS, and so on. So I think there are major opportunities there, and I think we're making progress on taking better advantage of that. The School of Computing, as we proposed, would also allow us to build deeper relationships there. It's also problematic for us that the funding that is, we have an agreement with NCAR that we will pay this $1 million per year. The funding that we receive from the state to do that is reduced. And so that's coming. So we have an agreement, an MOU. We're continuing to live up to that, but we're having to find that money from elsewhere within the university. So it is an issue in time I would like to address. And in fact, we potentially could renegotiate the MOU with NCAR. We brought that topic up with the NSF. So just want to say, there's more here than we have time to discuss now, but it's a really big asset for us in the state, and I want to do the best we can to take best advantage of it.
You know, you read a few articles, and I mean, there's potentially a little bit of a revolution, I think, coming in speed of supercomputers.
There is,
and so I'm assuming as you talk, and they talk about replacing the computing, the top line computer every 3 to 4 years. I'm assuming that NCAR is right in the middle of that, and I'm assuming they're in that process and trying to be on the leading edge of those advances in computing power.
They are at the leading edge on advances in computing. Right now, about half of the machine room is empty, although it's beautifully outfitted for holding a computer that is not there right now. So that's where I'm talking with these other agencies about bringing in a computing facility that could be funded jointly by NSF, by DOE, by USGS. I've talked to the vendors. I've really actually spent quite a lot of time on this. So stay tuned for some more development there. But just the one thing about the budget though is that as our appropriation is reduced to cover that $1 million a year agreement we have with NCAR, we're having to find money to in effect subsidize their operations like that. So we're working on that.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is Dr. Perry able to utilize the NCAR computer for the work he is doing?
I should perhaps ask Dr. Perry, but I think There is, I'll answer at least, because there's a broader question in there.
He's right behind.
Oh, I'm sorry. Dr. Fury. Well, but I'll answer the broader question. Who can use the NCAR facility? It is controlled by a group that looks at applications for using the computer time there. And there are different opinions about what is allowed. So I've gone all the way back to the original agreement with the National Science Foundation that has a rather broad use. The way it's currently being operated, it tends to be more around atmospheric sciences. And so I want to broaden that out right now. I don't know if Mohammed has attempted to use. Do you have any? Sure.
We can either come up or we do have a karaoke mic you could use. Need to go ahead and press the button. It'll turn green. There you go.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I really appreciate the opportunity to be here. In response to this question, actually, I was a new assistant professor at the University of Wyoming, with university leadership. I traveled to Boulder at the very beginning of developing this supercomputer. Over the years, I would say it was challenging to have access to the supercomputer. My work requires a lot of computational horsepower, so to say. And with the exception a period of time some years ago that I was given access for a short amount of time. After that, I have not been able to have access to that computer. And to the extent that I had to build, essentially from building a new supercomputer for my group. Yes.
Okay. Go ahead. Representative
Follow up, and this is more for you, President Seidel. You said there's a group that gets together and decides what those uses should be. Is there a resistance for this computer to be used for oil and gas research type projects, or does that group not really favor oil and gas or coal in general, and so then they try to steer that usage away from those kind of projects?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, it's not anything against any particular area like oil and gas or anything like that, but it's more that the steward of the facility is the Atmospheric Science Division within the Geosciences Directorate at the National Science Foundation. So it's just drilling down to who maintains, who operates, who manages the facility. And so they're focused on atmospheric sciences. And so things outside of atmospheric science, there's a bit of a judgment about whether or not they allow time on that machine. Now, back to the point I was making, I've checked this, I've talked to the director of the NSF, and I know the person at NSF who runs that facility from the Atmospheric Sciences Directorate. I think there's room for them to broaden out the use for the University of Wyoming, and I'm going to push hard for that.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Follow up. I'm going to ask this a different way then. Is the work that they are allowing to be done trying to provide data saying that oil and gas and coal is not good for the environment? Is this supercomputer doing things that are harmful for Wyoming's economy?
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, I don't believe that that's the case, but I know that the way this will be operated, because I've been on such review committees, it's all about the scientific merit of a proposal, and it's not about really whether or not this is about oil and gas. It's just about, does this support research in the atmospheric sciences quite strongly? Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
We just want to make sure Representative Walters is really done.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, now it's your turn, Representative.
President Seidel, so to summarize, we pay $1 million a year for this facility, but we can't say we want to use it on a weekend or something. I mean,
no, we are given a fraction of the computing facility but we still go through the committee for usage of the time, as I understand it.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead,
So
Representative Kinski.
that fraction does get used by University of Wyoming students, and can you give me an idea of what those uses are?
I would have to get a sort of a listing, but we have access to that. I could provide it, but it is it's still within the area of atmospheric sciences generally, but I think I'm working on trying to broaden out that, but I could get you a list of projects that are used by the university faculty. We have a very vibrant atmospheric sciences department and students and postdocs who take advantage of it.
And Mr. Chairman, I had a question for Dr. Puri. So you built your own supercomputer, I presume for less than $1 million a year. that's adequate for your purposes. I'd just like to hear a little bit more about that. It certainly doesn't have the capacity of in-car, but it's serviceable for your purposes.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Kingsky, the desktop computer that I built I believe about 6 years ago, costed about $1.4 million. It's a 1,000 teraflop machine. And to be honest with you, now near obsolete. So now moving towards a new hardware, multi-GPU DGX systems that are much more powerful and take much smarter space. But yes, it costs much less than $1 million here.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Necessity is the mother of invention. So anyway, all right. Anything else on in-car, committee? All right, continue, Alex.
Mr. Chairman, this brings us to the last division. The division is called endowments. However, we are utilizing the unit matching funds. This is not an endowment request. It begins on page 83. The request is on page 84. And although it's the last division in the budget book, it is the university's priority number 6. The request is for $3 million in matching funds for the Center of Innovation for Flow Through Forest Media. The governor has recommended denial of this exception request, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Perry to talk through this.
Go ahead, Dr. Perry.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I was just wondering if it's of interest and would be beneficial to members of the committee for me to go through some highlights of our activities at the Center of Innovation for Flow Through Postmed at High Bay that I brought with me before I talk about this exceptional request. I would love to go through it because I'm very excited about the work we are doing at High Bay, but only if there's an interest and time. Yes. Thank you very much.
Go ahead.
Yes, sir. I'm
So
sorry about that.
let me ask you before my co-chairman does, slow down and just a little bit, slow down with your speech, a little speed a little bit, and just speak up just a little bit, please.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I apologize. So,
Some of us have old ears and we're already fiddling with our hearing aids, trying to make sure we catch what you say.
yes, Mr. Chairman. So at High Bay Research Facility, we have built a center that is called Center of Innovation for Flow Through Prose Media. I'm very proud to say you now have a center in Wyoming that's the best in the world in what it does. Is not only is the best in the world in what it does, but also is the largest and most advanced of its kind in the world. Is a result of $100 million investment by the state of Wyoming, by our corporate partners, and by private donors. This center provides a unique array of capabilities that enable studies of porous materials from atomic scales, literally from molecules and atoms of solid materials, all the way to samples that may be several feet in length. It does that at high pressure and temperature conditions. In other words, we are able to subject these porous materials to flow of fluids at high pressure and temperature conditions while imaging them. One major application of this technology is obviously in oil and gas recovery, and that's the major focus of our work, but the applications are not limited to oil and gas recovery. The center has the largest set of corporate partnerships on entire campus. We work with oil companies in North America, in Middle East, in South America, you name it. The center has been very successful in raising external fundings over since 2005, when I arrived at University of Wyoming from Princeton. I've been able to help raise $74 million in external funding. That includes $10 million from DOE for the development of a unique enhanced oil recovery technique that we will be piloting in North Dakota in Q3 of next year, and also $12 million from his corporation, a total of $22 million. The center is, I'm very proud to say, is the largest STEM graduate program in the entire campus. It's more than 70% of the Department of Petroleum Engineering sits in High Bay Research Facility. The center provides leading-edge scientific support for programs focused on effective developments of Wyoming's significant hydrocarbon resources, conventional and unconventional. I would like to provide 2 examples. I just delivered a major proposal to Governor's office literally a few hours ago called the Wyoming Gas Injection Initiative. This is a major initiative I have proposal available here. I'm happy to provide. This is a major initiative that involves Dow Chemical Company, Devon, Denbury, Oxy, Continental Resources, and True Oil. In this proposal, we are proposing to implement 6 pilots across the state of Wyoming, deploying a unique technology that would enhance recovery from formations that are intensely fractured. We are going to be piloting this technology in North Dakota using my $10 million grant from DOE next year, in the third quarter of next year. But in this proposal, we are suggesting to implement this across Wyoming, making Wyoming the large laboratory where this technology can be mature and then exported. These are one example. The other example is that, for instance, we have been developing and evaluating novel Wyoming coal-derived nanoparticles for enhanced recovery. We have been able to synthesize nanoparticles from Wyoming coal that are effective in enhancing oil recovery. Just 2 examples out of many why this center is able to help Wyoming economy. The activities at the center include both research and commercialization. The Center of Innovation significantly and has enhanced UW's reputation nationally and internationally. Now, University of Wyoming in this area is indeed on the map and is leading the world in many of these technology areas. Center attracts, and another thing I'm extremely proud of is this. The center is a magnet to some of the best talents from the world. I rarely need to advertise for graduate student position at this high bay. I have a hard time keeping up with the number of requests I receive from very talented individuals from around the world who are interested in coming to high bay. Just for you to know, right now I have about, depending how we count it, about 30 PhD students doing leading edge research at high bay. They come from 20 to 25 different countries from around the world. And I'm very proud of that because attracting the best talent is the single most important factor in our success, especially in developing new technologies. Center established a successful example of how technology conceived organically at University of Wyoming can be commercialized to create jobs in the state of Wyoming and thereby contribute to the development of a diverse technology-based economy. Center has established a truly unique set of integrated experimental capabilities that can not only be effective in enhancing oil and gas recovery, but also can be very effective in other areas such as material science, rare earth elements, geologic sequestration of CO2, carbon engineering, and so on. Over the last 15 years, I'm very proud to say I have been able to develop one of the largest IP portfolios, intellectual property portfolios on campus. If it's not the largest, it indeed is one of the largest. Technology developed at this center is right now being used in order to investigate hydrogen storage in nanoporous materials. I believe we are one of the very few centers around the world is capable of conducting studies of hydrogen storage in nanoporous materials at ambient conditions suitable for storage of hydrogen in vehicles and also hydrogen geologic storage of hydrogen. And finally, I would like to mention an example of the quality of graduate students coming out of this center. For 5 years in a row, PhD students of High Bay won the first prize in graduate student paper contest in our region. And for 2 years in a row, they also won the first prize globally at Stanford, University of Wyoming. And I'm very proud of that. Thank you very much. That was, I thought, I'm very proud of the center. I thought if you allow me, and I'm very grateful that you did for me to share some of this with you. And now I'm happy to switch to the exception request. So in this exception request, the purpose of it is for me to match some of the external dollars that have been raising, specifically half of this $3 million will be used to match one of my new grants from Hess Corporations, which is $12 million grant. This will partially match that. And then the remaining $1.5 million will be used, if it's approved, for matching new grants that I will be writing. I constantly look for new opportunities to raise external funding, and it goes a very long way when I have access to matching funds to help those efforts. But I also would like to say how grateful I am to you and your colleagues that over the years, you have been enormously supportive of the program at High Bay. is the envy of the world. I say that because my colleagues around the world, they come and they just envious what they see at high bay. And is because of your support, continuous support over the years, and also our corporate partnerships around the world. So I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Mr. Co-Chair.
So Mohammed, I'm curious about these matches. Are you talking about one-to-one? Or what you just indicated, it was more of a $12 million project, so you're bringing in other types of dollars. So could you be more specific about that, please?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Nicholas. No, for that specific grant, his grant, we are doing $1.50 to $0.50. So $0.50 match for $1 from his corporation. In previous bienniums, we have been able to allocate $3 million towards the $6 million match of that 12 million. So 12 million was matched for $6 million from the state. 3 million of that 6 million had previously allocated. And I'm hoping from the previous biennium, I also had $1.5 million that I would like to allocate towards his. $1.5 million from these 3 million will complete that 6 million match raise.
So if we modify the language that says that it has to be a 2-to-1 equivalent, that would be okay with you?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I'm still grateful for that.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time today. Alex, I think that is, as they say, that is that.
Mr. Chairman, that does conclude our 067 budget book. Happy to answer any questions if there are questions regarding ARPA funds or WIP in general at the committee's pleasure.
All right. Any other questions for our friends from the university? Yeah, we did. We did last week.
Mr. Co-Chair, we have the Dean Alexander from the University of Law School. Before we close out, I'd like him to come up and kind of give us an update of, kind of address the, we recommended CARES Act dollars to fund the University of Wyoming expansion for that, basically the services they provide for the state of Wyoming indigent folks. And we ran into a little bit of a roadblock because of concerns about one particular class that was being offered. So I think it would be valuable for the committee to hear kind of an update on where we are at, both with our offering our classes and an update on the UW process and what's transpired since then. So if you don't mind, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, members of the committee. It's nice to see everyone again. The College of Law has completed its semester. Wanted to share with you a couple of thoughts that I've had since we last met in the fall. And these are thoughts that I wasn't prepared to share with you at the time, but I've given it a lot of thought during the last few months. Two lessons that have come to my attention this fall. One is I've come to learn a lot more about the history of the College of Law, its reputation in the state, both preceding my time here, but also more recently this fall. And I want to state very clearly that I met with our faculty and our staff at the College of Law, and what has become a 15-year cloud over the College of Law, I addressed with them in a very positive way, but also in a very realistic way. And I basically told them that we need to do a better job as a law school of not only supporting the principle of academic freedom, but also a better job of being politically sensitive to the environment we operate in. We are not a private law school, we are a public law school. And so that decision-making going forward, whether it's hiring of an adjunct faculty member or full-time faculty member, needs to take into account the interests of the state in a much better way. And that's something that we are committed to on our end at the College of Law. The second thing I've learned through this process is that we have not done a good job as a college of communicating with you and other members of the legislature and leaders across the state what we do
That's extraordinary at the College of Law. And I want to share some of those things with you today. One of those things, we are 70% of the state bar. Our graduates make up 70% of the lawyers of the state of Wyoming. We make up 90% of the judges of the state of Wyoming. We're the foundation point for the judicial and the legal system of Wyoming. We're the starting point, the first stage in that process of building lawyers for Wyoming. Our graduates work in the energy field. Some of you know Alex Obrecht, Joe Evers. They serve on my advisory board, Monty Barnett, and others who are tremendous individuals, lawyers, products of our College of Law that work in the energy law field. I also want to say,
don't forget your esteemed legislators.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there are 4 of them here, if I remember correctly. Our budget, so when I arrived here, we were roughly 70% dependent on block grant as a College of Law. Most law schools, including my alma mater, are completely independent, self-sufficient. They rely on their own tuition to fund their operations. One of my goals 7 years ago was to move our law school in that direction before budget cuts became a reality for the state of Wyoming. When I arrived here, we were 70% dependent on block grant for our operational expenses and roughly 30% tuition. We've reversed those numbers today. We're roughly 70% reliant on our own tuition. Those have come as a result of tuition increases over the years, but also budget cuts to our block grant response to those. That's a good thing for us. We're moving in the right direction like other law schools. Applications to law school this year are up 20%. Last year, they were up 20%. Our enrollment this year is up 20% in our freshman enrollment. Our law school is headed in a very positive direction. This is the biggest increase since 2006, before the financial crisis hit. We are in a good place to become more self-sufficient financially. And though we still rely on your support, and we still need your support, our trajectory is very good for being more self-sufficient long-term. In the area of energy and natural resources law, to Mr. Chairman's question more specifically, we're the only law school in the region with 2 full-time energy law faculty members. We offer more energy, environment, and natural resources law courses than any other law school our size in the nation. 1 out of 4 courses at the College of Law are EE&R courses. We're one of the most preeminent law schools in the nation for water law and public lands. We have an EE&R certificate program that allows students to follow a pathway to become energy lawyers from start to finish at the law school. And we are now partnering with Director Holly at SER to create a 3+3 program, which is a new idea that's taking hold around the country at LSU, West Virginia, whereby students at SER can move into law school after their junior year and take law school courses and receive both an undergraduate degree and a law degree within 6 years, knocking off 1 year of tuition for them and 1 year on a path towards energy law long-term for their own careers. We sponsor and co-sponsor with SER and the Hub School every year the annual Landscape Energy Conference at the University of Wyoming. We were the brainchild of that conference several years ago. Those are just a few tidbits about our EE&R program. We're so strong in it. We have a Salt Creek Energy Excellence Scholarship that fuels the best and the brightest scholars in our law school who want to pursue careers in energy law. Beyond energy law, our legal clinics are providing more free legal services for their state than any other law school in the country provides to their state, their respective states. We're operating nearly 200 cases a year in 23 counties across the state of Wyoming. Today, as we meet, there's a trial going on in Campbell County where 4 of my students and a professor are representing an oil field worker who's been charged with a crime. It's a 2-day trial. Most students have gone home for holiday break, and I've got 4 students spending the night in a motel in Gillette for the next 3 days, trying a case for someone free of charge. In Campbell County, in Carbon County, we have a property boundary dispute, a grandparent seeking a permanent guardianship over her grandchildren, a divorce case. We represent a parent in a child custody case, all in Carbon County currently. We have piloted a business and entrepreneurship law practicum this fall that meets with the governor's expectations that we move the state of Wyoming in a more diverse technological direction. We brought in one of the nation's leading legal experts for 3 weeks to teach a course on blockchain this fall and cryptocurrency. We've added IP and technology to that course going forward, and we hope to offer that course as a clinic with a 3-year pilot project going forward with a potential donor in the next few years. These things, this is just a drop in the bucket of what we're doing. I look back at all the people who taught energy and natural resources law courses at the College of Law since 2005. Some names: Governor Dave Friedenthal, Dennis Stickley, Larry McDonald, Owen Anderson, one of the nation's leading oil and gas experts, Roger Flynn, mining law, one of the nation's leading mining law experts, Roger Fishman, public lands expert, Reed Benson, one of the nation's leading water law experts. All of these people have been through the College of Law during the last 15 years, teaching those courses in the E&R. We're very proud of that tradition, and we're very much recognized nationwide in that tradition. And it's my commitment to you to do better, to get that message out. It's my commitment to you to continue to move the College of Law in that direction and to make sure that you know about it and the state knows about it. With regard to the practicum course in particular, it's over, thankfully. The course ended a couple of weeks ago. It turned out to be an extraordinary course. We hosted 8 speakers this fall in our EE&R Excellent Speaker Series, where all the students in the course attended as part of the course. We had 3 former governors, Alex Obrecht, Paul Hickey, Jim Magagna, Chris Kotsky, and Brad McKim all speak at the College of Law. 1 speaker a week on the importance and the future of energy and natural resource law and ag law in the state of Wyoming. Moving forward, it is our plan in the medium term to partner and regroup with the Attorney General's office. They have agreed to partner with us once again to offer an EE&R practicum course going forward next fall, where students can work in the AG's office on cases all over the state of Wyoming for the AG's office. We look forward to that opportunity, and we're grateful to the AG for supporting our efforts and coming around to work with us again in that effort. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I hope, Mr. Chairman, that is helpful in regard to your question.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Sounds like we want to bring that class back as opposed to get rid of it with that type of a curriculum. Thank you. Questions from the Dean?
Thank you. Any questions? Any questions? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
your time,
much.
Dean.
Thank you.
Anything else? Anything else for our friends from UW? What's that? Mr. McKinley, did you have something you needed to tell us? There's so many presidents around. You have to be
It's
more.
getting late in the day. I don't want to extend this any longer, but I thought that you were going to visit some more on construction projects. And so that was the only reason.
Were we going to visit more about construction projects?
So we didn't really have any discussions, Mr. Co-chair, about the projects. We kind of just skipped over them when we did CapCon. But my question is, would it benefit the committee to have a little discussion about the proposed request that UW has submitted I think they're mostly in their ARPA fund requests for weather here?
Let's see, we've got, sure, why don't we take a few minutes? A few being 15, like 15 to 20 minutes, if we can, and talk about those things. Yes, Mr. Vice President?
Not opposed to it, but this is a deviation from the agenda that was published online for, that this topic wasn't listed as one of the ones that we were going to discuss. And I'm just worried about adding topics at the last minute for any agency, not just the University of Wyoming. This is not a practice that we've historically supported, but clearly it's up to the discretion of the chairman.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Senator Kinski.
I'd second Senator Hicks's concerns, and it's 2:45. We're back on schedule. I'd like to postpone this with all other CapCon to another day. That's just my 2 cents worth, but of course it's your call.
Okay. Well, let's do this. Why don't we just wait on this for a bit? And I hate to have you come back over the hill for another day, but why don't we wait on that? We have a long list of CapCon that we need to sort through, and we've got, when have we got down, Don, when have we got time set aside to do that yet?
Mr. Chairman, the Thursday, I believe it is January 14th. I might have the date wrong, would be the first opportunity. That Friday would also be an opportunity. I believe that's the 14th and 15th, but I might have my dates wrong, Thursday and Friday. You also have a schedule agenda this week, which is to be determined for Friday. You only have sufficient number of agencies scheduled to proceed through Thursday.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Kevin.
We've handed off the CapCom budget to Clifton Larson Allen, and they're evaluating those for ARPA now, which will be very helpful in January.
Yeah, so why don't we just put that on hold for a little bit, and we'll put a pin in that and come back to it. As you know, we've got the revelations on ARPA are coming daily, and so that's just, there's just no way to unpack all that right now. And I think that will, when we get a little bit further and we finish this review, it'll help focus our thinking. And then we can be a little bit more, I think, pragmatic about what we fund with general fund dollars, what we fund with SIPA, and what we fund with ARPA dollars. And so why don't we just put a pin in that for another day, and we'll take it up when we take up CapCon on those scheduled dates, if that's okay, Mr. Chair.
That actually, it makes sense to do it in 14.
Okay.
January.
All right. So don't forget what you were going to say.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A question for Dean Alexander that I meant to catch him a minute ago. On a percentage basis, how many of your teaching faculty are members of the Wyoming Bar? Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So next we have, we have Witchy. You want a break and then we'll do Witchy? All right. Why don't we, since we've had that request, why don't we take a break till about 3:05, and then we'll come back and take up with Witchy.
Hey, you guys might want to check your mics to make sure they're not.
Hello.
No green. It's Christmas.
It's Christmas, green and red.
Okay. 1 second.
Ho, ho, ho.
Mine's green and dead.
Mine,
We discovered that.
No, mine's on.
Well, hello.
Test. But not green.
All day.
Hello, hello, hello.
No. No, hello, hello. Yeah, come on. Test.
We think we're ready? All right. Great. All right. I'm out of focus. I can't talk if I'm out of focus. No. We'll go ahead and call general appropriations back to meeting, and we've had a few technical difficulties, but we'll see how long we can move on. So with that, we'll now to Witchy. So Alex, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, this is agency 069 Witchy. It has one division and one unit. The Western Interstate Commission for Higher Education was established by statute in 1953. The mission of Witchy is to provide residents within Wyoming and other western states within the compact an opportunity to obtain high-quality, cost-effective education without replicating programs in every state. Witchy is a separate operating entity funded by general fund appropriations, has no director or administrative staff. The functions of the agency are performed by personnel within the University of Wyoming under the umbrella of the College of Health Sciences. There are no exception requests in this agency this year, and it did have the 10% budget reduction of step 2, followed by a 2.5% budget reduction from step 3 embedded in the standard budget as presented today.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Any questions about on this program? Go ahead, Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. This may be in the written material. This program.
Mr. Chair, Representative Stitt, for FY22, there are 79 students who are in the professional student exchange program. It's usually pretty stable. It kind of depends on the demand for the discipline. For instance, physical therapy, over the last 10 years, there was an increased demand for that. But, and veterinary medicine is always very strong too, but yeah.
Anyone else? Any other questions? Any other questions? All right, I guess that's it. Thank you.
I'm glad you stuck around.
Next we are to transportation. It happens every time. No. Morning, Director Reiner. Afternoon. How are you?
Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, great, thank you.
Pull that mic. Some of them are working that it's all, we're having some IT issues. Your mic may work or it may not work, and
This
green or
one looks
red
like
doesn't
it's the
necessarily
pretty
mean
color
anything.
of green, so I think we should be good to go. Mr. Chairman, for the record, Luke Reiner, Director of WIDOT. Our pleasure to be here today. I don't think we'll beat that record of the testimony that went right before us. So, but we'll try. Just maybe a couple comments for me, and then I'll kick this over with your permission to Mr. Byrne to walk you through the budget. But just in terms of WIDOT, hey, I'll tell you, it's been a great construction season this year. Some of you have driven through those, about 90 construction projects throughout the state. It was tough conditions between COVID and manning and price escalation and supply chain. I'm just really happy with how the team worked through those. And my thanks to the AGC, the Associated General Contractors, for working with us. Our partnership in really accomplishing those projects for the betterment of everybody was good. The capacity purchase agreement, the CPA, is working well. And I just bring that up today because around this nation, communities are losing their air service, and in lots of communities. And here in Wyoming, we have not. Largely, we think because of the capacity purchase agreement. And I just wanted to pass that on to you as the body that funded that. And from our perspective, you're having phenomenal results, and would highly recommend we keep proceeding with that program. In terms of WTAP, or the Wyoming Transportation, the program where you sign up to get notes to go on the road. We have about 9,000 people signed up, and to the best of our knowledge, that's working good. I know lots of you are also signed up for that program, the Wyoming Travel Authorization Program. Snowstorms, slow start this year. That's good for us. My thanks to the crews on I-80 and I-25 this last weekend for lots of hard work. I'll tell you, because you've heard about it, that we are short snowplow drivers. And one of the consistent messages has been that we'll shift our resources as required to make sure that we can facilitate a rapid response, because we know that our task is to ensure mobility around the state, and that means keeping our roads clear. And so the team on I-80 and I-25, really, they shifted resources extensively. And as I talked to them afterwards about, hey, how to go out there on the roads, there was never a lack of resources on the roads. Their biggest challenge was wind. And for those of you that were out and maybe driving around, you saw the effects of that. So that's good. I tell you, it's really a segue into what I tell you is our single biggest issue, and that's recruiting and retaining employees. And I know you've heard it before, so I'll keep my comments pretty short, but just a couple of points and stories from a WIDOT perspective on this employee issue and compensation. Our maintainers, so our snowplow drivers, about 13% down across the state. Our troopers, about 15% down. Our dispatch, which is the center here in Cheyenne, with dispatchers for the entire state, about 35% down. So that's 65% man. And fuel tax, about 25% down. And so, you sort of got to ask yourself, as the director and as a group of leaders, is, hey, why is that? Like A&I, we did take a survey, and this is a survey that actually we've been doing every 2 years with employees. We did get the results back this summer, and the results were quite clear. Hey, what was affecting our employees was compensation. Really the same results that you saw from A&I. The same survey, because you are trying, at least as a leader from my perspective, you really do try and peel the onion back and figure out what's driving things. There was a nice trend up in communications across the agency and an organizational culture. And I was glad to see that because we've been working those hard. But when we asked the question, besides compensation, what will help keep you here? The answer was compensation. And it you know, that's how the answer came back. Hey, I know that you have the data that A and I pushed to you about compensation, and I don't want to reiterate that. And I just would simply say that we would agree with their comments and their recommendations. And I thought that Director Bach did a nice job of setting the conditions for that discussion. Here's my fear right now as the director of your largest state agency. It's that the amount of our manning will negatively affect our operations. And I'm really worried about something going bump in the night. And so that's why we're working hard, you know, to cross level when we can, et cetera, et cetera. Troopers, as you look through the data, you'll notice that they have the biggest differential in terms of compa ratio of anybody in the state. My biggest worry is not really troopers, is dispatch. So our dispatch, 24/7 operations center, they're on mandatory overtime. And really, they're the lowest pay in the area. We can go to the county dispatch center and really earn about $2 more an hour. And so that's really one of our key areas of focus is dispatch. Fuel tax, you know, it sort of jumped up at me. They're about, you know, they're authorized 12 full-time employees. There's 3 vacancies there. It's one of those things where it's open till filled. We've had 7 applications in the last 5 months. Not all of them are qualified to fill those positions. The average number of apps we've had in prior years in excess of 100. And so there's just, you know, the effect of the potential negative effect on our revenue stream, you know, is there. We already talked about plow operators and the potential negative effect there we talk about mobility around our state. It has affected our professional ranks as well. Entry-level engineers, we tried to hire one here in Cheyenne. We had 9 applications. Out of those 9, we made 3 offers. We said, okay, 3 of you are qualified, we think, to serve. All 3 turned us down based on the pay. So there's just a snapshot and some points of reference. In terms of benefits, hey, we think benefits are good. What we're seeing though is the immediate impact of compensation outweighs the long-term impact of benefits, specifically on our younger employees. And so that's probably enough on compensation, Mr. Chairman, and would certainly concur with the governor's proposal. I think the other thing that would warrant a little bit of discussion from me before we kick into the budget is a short discussion on what you might know as the IJA, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. And the name for that has actually officially been changed, we heard last week, to bill. So, which would be the bipartisan infrastructure law. And so if you, I think we should have handed out a short piece of paper that really looks like this. And I just wanted to briefly and I think there should be a hard copy as well. Just briefly tell you what's in there. Just to orient you to it. And there's the matrix at the top of the first page that's split into the next 5 fiscal years. So this is a 5-year plan, and you can see in each column what was funded under formula funding. So just as a reminder, formula is the money that we know we will get from the federal government in those particular areas. So either surface transportation, bridges, electrical vehicles, aeronautics. And when you look at those numbers, what we're seeing is about $100 million extra a year in formula funding for the next 5 years as compared to the prior FAST Act, which we've actually been under for the last 6 years. And so that's a nice increase. And just as a reference point, it all requires a match. Those numbers are 90-10 in terms of match requirement there. Now, the United States Department of Transportation doesn't have all the rules and guidance ready to go. They said, please give us about 6 months to get that stuff ready. And so we're standing by for that. The last act that came out, it took a little bit more than 6 months. So we'll stand by. Interestingly enough, the federal government is still under a continuing resolution scheduled to expire, I think, on the 18th of February. What that means is all of these increases in formula are not yet funded, right? Because it's an increase, and under CR, you got to keep the funding levels of the past year. Depending on the decision on the 18th of February, we'll either have, $100 million to spend, in the 7 months remaining extra, or if there's another continuing resolution, it'll push it to the right. So we are watching that closely and gearing up staff-wise to make sure that we can respond as required, to make sure that we can utilize, that money as we can. So in terms of having plans ready to go, coordinate with our construction partners, et cetera, et cetera. There are a lot of discretionary grants in the bill, and a lot of those are what the Congress would be working on, or what USDOT would be working on to create guidance and rules. And you can see there, what the discretionary grants are: broadband, transit, wildlife crossings, et cetera. All of those also require matching grants. Those are vary from 80-20, 75-25, whatever it might be. I have been sort of asked, so what are you going to spend the extra $100 million? And what I'll tell you is that I think I shared with you last year the set of guiding principles of how we would use the resources that you have entrusted us to best facilitate the transportation system in the state. And those are on the second page. You've seen those before, so I won't elaborate on them. But basically, fundamentally, the $100 million, the extra money, will go into category 3, preserving our assets. Because as we looked at the funding gaps as described on page 3, that's where the money goes. And let me just maybe walk you through a little bit of the situation on page 3. So that is, as you recall, last year we had actually contracted with an outside third party to conduct a gap analysis of hey, what do we need in WIDOT, in terms to fully fund what we're talking about, to fund the agency. And so if you look at the annual amount, which is the leftmost column of numbers, what you see in there is that's the funding gap that Dye Management identified in those areas. And so like the first line is surface transportation, $196 million. And you can see underneath, the breakout of that 196, basically 103 to preservation and 10 basically to maintenance. And you can scan down the column and you get to the total of $350 million a year. That $350 million always scares everybody. And I really like to talk it in terms of, hey, this is WIDOT all. It's all 5 elements of WIDOT, which, oh, by the way, have one basic funding source, and or 1 or 2, however you count them. And so what I asked Mr. Byrne to do then is, hey, take IDJA and apply it to these funding gaps. And that's the middle column there that you see, the additional IDJA now bill provided amount. And so you can see that really we'll take most of it, $93 million, and apply it to, the preservation of the assets that we currently have, which really takes a nice bite out of the funding gap that we have. And you can scan down then the rest of that column and see where we would anticipate applying the formula funding or that IJA will provide to the funding gap analysis. You can see we estimate about $4.5 million to wildlife crossings. We think we'll hopefully get one of those grants over the 5 years, and you can see what's applied to aeronautics. The electrical vehicle funding, we had not identified that as a gap when we did the analysis. That's a new priority of this administration. And so we're working hard on an electrical vehicle plan to really put charging stations across the state to support our economy there. I would always point out that as I think about funding for WIDOT, it's more than roads and bridges. It's WIDOT all. And as we look at making match for the formula money, that money will come from somewhere in here. And I think that's always one of those sort of, discussion points about, hey, where does it come from? It's state money that will come from somewhere. And it will sort of exacerbate the problem with fleet and buildings and patrol and some of our other areas. With that, Mr. Chairman, that's a quick summary of probably some of the bigger things that we see at WIDOT relative to ongoing operations and what we see coming at us with this bill grant. And unless you have some specific questions, I'll kick it over to Mr. Byrne to walk you through the budget.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, then I'll kick it to Mr. Byrne. Let me just start this by saying there's a list of exception requests. There is no request for general fund money in here. All of the exception requests would be for permission for us to spend existing resources on items that we currently don't have authority to spend it on. And so that with that, I'll kick it to Mr. Byrne.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is Dennis Byrne. I'm the CFO with WIDOT. Mr. Chairman, just some direction from you I think would be beneficial. My plan is to go unit by unit, but I can certainly go exception request by exception request.
We actually find to go through unit by unit. Usually if there's no exception request, it's usually maybe a question or two. And if there's anything you want to say about a particular unit, even if there's no exception request, you're invited to do that. But that works pretty well for us.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll go ahead then and just start. I think the director covered the state of the agency at a high level pretty well. So I'm going to go ahead and move to pages 20 and 21. As you folks know, this is the exception request priority table. I will be referring back to this from time to time during the discussion. On page 21, I do want to point out priority number 19, Mr. Chairman, and that is there are a number of computer replacements throughout the units. These are our 5-year replacement cycle. And Mr. Chairman, all of these computer replacements have been reviewed and approved by ETS and recommended by the governor's office. So my plan is to only touch them very briefly as we go from unit to unit. Mr. Chairman, moving.
Go ahead, Representative Larson.
On that, Dennis, so as I was looking at this handout, we had that 6.6 in their million annual shortfall on computers. And then as you make reference to it here, if you could clarify on this, if this was systems, and what I am assuming here is this is just actual computers here, and just to where we could correlate that as we go through.
Mr. Chairman. Good point, Mr. Larson, or Representative Larson, and what I'm going to cover in the budget is actually computers. What is represented in the DI unfunded needs are software programs and some other issues there that are yet to be funded and really are not going to be discussed in the budget at all.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Continue.
Mr. Chairman, the next set of pages will be pages 25 and 26. This is unit 101. This is the director's office, Mr. Chairman, and page 25 shows the standard budget request with recommended governor's approval. Page 26 is an exception request for 2 computers. And again, we just discussed that. This is asking for budget authority only for highway funds. It is priority number 19. Again, the exception request was reviewed and approved by ETS and recommended by the governor's office.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I am moving on to page 29 and 30. Mr. Chairman, this is Unit 102, and these are our legal services. This is what we pay the Attorney General's office for services that they provide to us, and there are no exception requests in this unit. Page 29 shows the standard budget request with recommended governor approval. Mr. Chairman, moving on to page 31. This is Unit 103, which is in our internal review group. This is our internal audit group that does performance audits and other evaluations within the organization for a number of reasons, mostly to ensure that we're following rules and regulations and also looking at efficiencies within the organization. There are no exception requests in this unit, Mr. Chairman. You can see on page 31 shows the standard budget request with recommended governor's approval. Pages 34 and 35 are Unit 104, which is our public affairs group. This is our public relations group, Mr. Chairman. On page 34, you can see the standard budget has been recommended to be approved by the governor's office. Page 35 is an exception request for 1 computer replacement using highway funds. Again, priority number 19 has been reviewed and approved by ETS and recommended approval from the governor's office. Mr. Chairman, page 39 through 41 is the unit discussion for 0401, which is support services administrator. This is the driver services and motor vehicle services and some other office services within the organization. Can you folks hear me okay?
Yes, that's actually when it starts to echo, it's really working well.
So I need to back off just a little.
No,
Okay.
no, not at all.
All right. So, Mr. Chairman, Unit 0401, again, the support services. Page 39 shows the standard budget request with recommended governor's approval. On page 40 is an exception request for 1 computer. Again, budget authority only. ETS reviewed and approved, and governor is recommending approval. Mr. Chairman, moving on to pages 42 through 47. It's Unit 0402, which is our driver services folks. You're familiar with them, of course, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr.
I don't know
Chairman,
what you meant by that, but yeah, I am.
I didn't mean to imply anything, and I have no specific knowledge, Mr. Chairman, but a little birdie has told me some things.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead, Mr.
So
Co-Chair.
I'm curious why you get a computer program when you get your driver's license where you can't smile anymore on your driver's license. That's just sad.
Mr. Chairman, I would love to take that one, but I think that's a better one for Mr. Rossetti.
I think it was
Mr. Chairman.
rhetorical, but go ahead.
Yes. Mr. Chairman, page 39.
Yes, Mr. Vice President.
Back up, page 38. And just for my edification, and I'm looking at the increased budget here for code 407, statewide cost clearing. Exactly what is that?
Go ahead.
Standard budget, I guess there was a total exception request there of $377,193.
Mr. Chairman.
Governor's exec. Yep, go ahead.
Go ahead, Kevin.
What you'll notice in the special revenue agencies that have HR consolidation is first of all giving HR general funds to operate off of, and then authority for the state budget department to recapture that money from the agency, in this case, the 300 series, that gets deposited into the general fund. So these dollars are being captured to support the HR consolidation. You're given HR general funds. We're seeing that the special revenue agencies are paying for it.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And so just again, so when we see that language, Kevin, for statewide cost clearing, that's what that would be across all agency budgets, correct?
Mr. Chairman, and particularly to those HR consolidations that have special revenue.
All right, thank you.
Okay, continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Page 42 shows a standard budget request with the governor's recommended approval. Mr. Chairman, pages 43 and 44 is an exception request for $80,000 for modifications to the programming for the driver's license system known as RIS. Changes required to the system are not related to the replacement of the RIS system. However, programming changes are required on an ongoing basis due to changes in the law. Some examples are medical alert designation, wildlife conservation fund donations, entry-level driver training requirements, voter identification, and US DOT physical requirements. We anticipate that we will need an additional $80,000 for the biennium due to the increases in hourly programming by the contractor. This is a budget authority only request and is part of priority number 17 on the agency's priority table.
Yes, Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dennis, we've heard in previous, over the last, as we've talked about RIS and the existing, and my understanding was everything on that mainframe had already been moved to Omaha. And this indicates that there's an additional move of Wyoming mainframe to Omaha. Is this something that's had not been moved prior, or help me understand that? That's on page 43.
Mr. Chairman, the mainframe was moved to Omaha, and for more details, I think I'll turn it over to Mr. Rossetti.
Go ahead, Mr. Rossetti.
Mr. Chairman, Taylor Rossetti, Support Services Administrator for WYDOT. Representative Larson, you are correct, that move occurred. This is related to the support that we have and the increased cost of that support on the mainframe. That's the reason that we mentioned the mainframe there, is we do have some support that is related to that, and this is due to the increased cost of that particular contract.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Continue.
Mr. Chairman, the exception request was reviewed and approved by ETS. We are requesting this become part of the standard budget, and the governor has recommended approval of this ongoing exception request. Mr. Chairman, I'm moving on to the bottom of page 44. This is an exception request for a different $80,000 of highway funds to cover ongoing support and maintenance for the automated knowledge and skills testing system. WYDOT implemented new automated knowledge and skills testing solution in 2017. Funds for the implementation and replacement of the system were obtained by federal grants. However, additional federal funding for the ongoing support and maintenance is not available through this type of grant funding. An additional $80,000 per biennium is needed for support and maintenance. This is a budget authority only request and is part of the priority number 18. We are requesting that this become part of the standard budget. The exception request was reviewed and approved by ETS, and the governor has recommended approval of this ongoing exception request. Chairman, I am on page 45, and this is an exception request for 2 replacement computers in the amount of $3,800. This is a budget authority only request. It has been reviewed and approved by ETS and is recommended approval by the governor's office.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I am on pages 48 through 50. Oh, excuse me. I might be ahead of myself here. Mr. Chairman, this is unit 04. It is 48 through 50, Mr. Chairman. This is the Motor Vehicle Services Group. Page 48 shows the standard budget request with recommended governor's approval. And there are no exception requests in this unit, Mr. Chairman.
Great, thank you.
Moving on, Mr. Chairman, I am looking at pages 51 through 57. This is unit 0405, which was the Human Resources unit. There are 2 exception requests in this unit. On page 51, Mr. Chairman, it shows the standard budget request with recommended governor's approval. And moving on to page 52 and 53, Mr. Chairman, is an exception request specific to the HR consolidation, which Kevin just mentioned. And the exception request is to transfer 7 legislative positions along with associated budget to, or budget authority to A&I. The exception is a reduction to this unit of $1,493,254 and is priority number 23 on the agency priority table. The governor has recommended approval of this one-time exception request.
All right. Representative Walters, did you want to ask your question on this one? You always ask everybody else.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just about to raise my hand. Knowing that this HR has taken place, are these folks that you're switching, are they still physically located within your offices? And then how is the consolidation going? Are you still receiving good, timely responses from your HR individuals? Have there been hiccups, bumps in the road, or has it gone smoothly? Kind of elaborate in all of those categories.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Luke.
Representative Walters, so it's in sequence there. Yes, the employees are still in their offices, to include those out in the field. So we have an HR rep out in our 5 districts, which we see as really as key to administering those services out in the field. In terms of how's this going, we think it's progressing well. There's been the standard hiccups of, you know, as you consolidate and as you work through those issues, but we're making nice progress and have good, solid, consistent communications with HRD and ways to work through. And I think we're heading in the right direction.
You bet. Thank you. All right, continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am on page 54. This is exception request is also specific to the HR consolidation in the amount of $1,493,254 and is priority 24B on the agency's priority table. In order to fund A&I's consolidation with general funds, spending authority needs to be increased in the 300 series as discussed by Kevin just a few minutes ago. The state budget department will then bill WIDOT for those HR consolidation costs and deposit these funds into the general fund. The governor has recommended approval of this exception request. Additionally, the governor recommends highway funds be transferred within WIDOT's budget from this unit to division 0400 unit 0407.
Which is a statewide cost clearing. And then he also recommended that so are you gonna eliminate this budget, this unit in the future then?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
Because everything's been transferred out. All right, thank you. All right, continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am looking at pages 58 through 61, which is the unit narrative for 0406, which is our office services. This unit is responsible for the management of records, information, and mailing within the organization. Page 58 shows the standard budget request with recommended governor's approval. Moving on to page 59, Mr. Chairman. This is the computer replacement exception request. This budget authority only is part of priority 19, and the exception request was reviewed and approved by ETS and was recommended approval by the governor's office. Mr. Chairman, I am looking at pages 62 through 67. This is the unit narrative for 0407, which is the statewide cost allocation that we were just discussing just a few minutes ago. There are 2 exception requests within this unit. But starting on page 62 is the page showing the standard budget request with governor's recommended approval. Moving on to page 63, Mr. Chairman. This is the exception request for ETS mainframe usage using highway funds in the amount of $377,193. This is a budget authority only request and is priority number 3 on the agency's priority table. The exception request is due to an increase in the overall usage of the mainframe, mainly due to the preparation of the modernization effort. It is also anticipated that the Department of Family Service will discontinue mainframe use before the end of the biennium, which will allocate all mainframe costs to WIDOT. The exception request was reviewed and approved by ETS, and the governor has recommended approval of this exception request.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Kevin.
it was necessary for us to bring positions in from the commission side and then to move them over to HR. That's what this does. This is activity on the commission related positions for the HR consolidation. you'll see something similar with the game and fish, where we actually have a budget book only for this. But it's in order for us to capture those commission positions and properly deal with them.
All right, thank you. All right, continue. Go ahead, Representative Larson.
So then, Kevin, as we've done, as we do this so I'm thinking of perhaps DEQ, the Fish and Game Commission, this commission, where we now have these HR positions functioning for those various agencies in A&I. That's going to create some close scrutiny perhaps in the future as we look at reductions or anything else, because now those positions, that agencies have different funding than other people in those agencies. Am I seeing that accurately? It's an observation. I just want to make sure I'm seeing that right.
Mr. Chairman, you are seeing that correct. And in fact, the statewide cost allocation manages this for us because we have a 2-year look back. We only bill actual. So we're going to make sure that we're staying on top of that. And then later on with the Department of Health, we'll have a conversation about some positions that are federally funded. But you're exactly right. But we have it managed under the statewide cost allocation. The system works.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So when you add those two allocations together, then is that the total of the two special allocations? That the total of the statewide cost allocation we saw before? That'll match up?
That's correct. We get the legislative appropriated ones that were in their human resources. We get the Transportation Commission. We load them both in the statewide cost allocation so we can bill and deposit into the general fund.
Okay, thank you. All right, continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that was a good description of pages 64 and 65. I am moving on to pages 68 to 70, which is Unit 408, which is Management Services. And Mr. Chairman, this unit oversees the development, wide-out policies, rules, and regs, monitors federal service transportation legislation and appropriations legislation for impact. Employees in this unit also research, write, edit, and publish wide-out manuals and reports. On page 68, Mr. Chairman, that's the standard budget request with recommended governor's approval. And page 69 is an exception request for one computer, Mr. Chairman, with ETS approval and governor's recommendation.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I am on pages 71 through 73. This is the unit narrative for 0411, which is our procurement services. Page 71 shows the standard budget request with recommended governor's approval. And page 72 is the exception request for two computers, Mr. Chairman, with ETS reviewed and approved, and the governor has recommended approval of this one-time exception. Mr. Chairman, I am on to pages 74 through 77. This is our strategic performance improvement unit. This unit is responsible for strategic planning throughout the agency. These employees work with programs to ensure program performance measures are tracked and reported. They are also responsible for the agency's 3-year strategic plan. Page 74 shows the standard budget request with governor's recommended approval. Page 75 is a computer replacement request for one computer with ETS approval and governor's recommended approval. Mr. Chairman, pages 78 through 81 is Unit 413, which is our fuel tax administration. The fuel tax administration program administers the motor fuel tax laws of Wyoming, including the collection and review of all fuel tax receipts for the state. And this is one of the groups that the director had mentioned in his opening comments related to personnel. Page 78 shows a standard budget request with recommended governor's approval. Moving on to page 79, Mr. Chairman. This is an exception request for 14 computers, which has been reviewed and approved by ETS. Then the governor has recommended approval of this one-time exception request. Mr. Chairman, I am looking at pages 82 through 86. This is Unit 414. This is a new unit, Mr. Chairman. This is the Transportation Information System. And this was developed as a result of some legislation last year that added some funding, revenue, and increased some third-party fees for the purpose of replacing the RIS system with the Transportation Information System. Page 83 is the special revenue history showing the anticipated biennium revenue from the driver's license renewal fee and the file search fee increase. Pages 84 and 85 is an exception request for general budget authority to use the funds in the TIS account in the amount of $2 million and is priority number 2 on the agency's priority table. Mr. Chairman, the governor has recommended denial of this exception request because we did not have a specific line item expenditure that we could specify with this exception request. Again, we were just asking for general budget authority.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative Stith.
Mr. Chairman, I just have a question about the revenue information system. That's a big project. I don't know if you want to address that here. Are there any, I get confused about what the status of it is. It just seems like it's this really big software project that's expected to go on for a very long time and cost a lot of money. I just get lost as to where we are in that process.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Rossetti and Mr. Babbitt can answer that question.
Who gets to go first? Mr. Babbitt.
Mr. Chairman, Troy Babbitt, Chief Technology Officer at WYDOT. Chairman, Representative Stith, the status on the RIS, we just concluded the vendor days process in conjunction with partnerships with ETS, University of Wyoming, county treasurers and clerks. We heard from 11 different vendors, and we do fully anticipate the draft RFP is getting modified. We are not limiting this to a COTS only solution. More than half of those that actually presented to us were not COTS solutions. So we learned an awful lot, had a lot of good conversations. Even if a vendor did not participate in the vendor days, it will not exclude them from bidding on the RFP process. So.
Go ahead, Representative Larson.
Abbott or Director, and I think that I see that we have a recommendation or a proposal to use some ARPA funds to fund that. Did I see that accurately? And
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, that was one of our initial recommendations and requests. How the final decisions come out, I don't know yet, but I think we'll see in a couple of days. But that certainly was one of our concepts, was that would be that would be part of that. I think it is important to also discuss about, it will take a nod from this body to move ahead.
Okay, thank you. The questions. Thank you. Continue.
Mr. Chairman, I am on pages 88 through 107, which is Unit 501 Highway Patrol. There are a number of budget or only exception requests, budget authority only exception requests in this unit, Mr. Chairman. Page 88 shows the standard budget request with recommended governor's approval. Page 89 is an exception request to fund additional cloud storage for the body worn and in-car camera systems for the patrol. Based on current anticipated usage, the Wyoming Highway Patrol estimates the video storage cloud space needed for its 208 members to be 300 terabytes per year. The additional cost per biennium for cloud storage and maintenance is anticipated to be $700,000 using highway funding. This is a budget authority only request and is priority number 1 on the agency's priority table. The exception request is being reviewed by ETS with finalized review by February. The governor has recommended approval of this ongoing cost.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How long do you store those videos? What's their, after a year, can you delete them? After 5 years, for 6 months?
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Walters.
We can get a mic for you. Do we have the portable mic? We ran out of chairs and microphones. Right behind you. Oh.
Okay, is this better? Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters. All that will be through our policy, rules and regs. Typically, we go a ways out there because we are talking about criminal evidence. So once a case has been adjudicated, then oftentimes we can go through. When it's traffic offenses, which as you know, is particularly what the Highway Patrol addresses, within about 1 year is wherever we can begin to wipe that.
So follow up. So just trying to think this through here. If you're doing roughly the same number of traffic stops annually, give or take a few, if you were wiping them every year, you would be creating new space at about the same rate you're filling your space, with the exception of criminal cases. Am I misinterpreting that, or is that somewhat accurate? And then it would then come to this question of why the need for the increase of storage capacity, or that significant increase in storage capacity.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, and again, my apologies, Kevin Haller with the Highway Patrol. Great question. Currently, we do not have body worn cameras. We just have the dash cameras. So we will be collecting a lot more data once those devices are attached to all of our troopers. So that's the need for the increased data.
We had some interesting testimony from some other, I think it was the district attorneys that were testifying about the proliferation of body and dash cameras create interesting and additional workloads for their staffs, as they now have to compile and look at and sort through all the different perspectives from the various cameras involved. Are you finding that same thing as this continues to increase?
Mr. Chairman, another good question. Yes, sir. We are. Not only is the data overwhelming, so to speak, to deal with, to store, to be able to retrieve, collect, and then disseminate for public information for discovery requests. But you also have the redaction that's involved, specific to our RFP. Is we are looking for a system that is that accommodates both the dash camera as well as the body camera. So they will be the same system for retrieval purposes. So we're hoping that will ease some of the pain, but you're right, dealing with each jurisdiction, the 23 counties throughout the state, it is cumbersome for each of the jurisdictions.
Okay. And could you tell me again on your storage policy? I mean, how long do you anticipate storing these? And is there, I mean, obviously if it comes up on a criminal or there's active inquiries from lawsuits or things like that, you're not disposing of it. But other than that, what was your general retention policy?
Yeah, current conversations, we are looking at 1 year. And then if we need to trim that back to 6 months, then we will. We're going off the recommendation for that 350 terabytes at the recommendation from other vendors who have been in the business of dash cameras and body cameras, as well as talking to other agencies about our size.
So, I mean, so as far as public availability, I mean, generally you've got, you have various criminal various criminal statute limitations, usually run at least 6 years. There's kinds of lawsuits as far as negligence or things like that. There are civil lawsuits on, so that's a 4-year statute. But yeah, your retention policy is a year and maybe headed less. Is that's being driven by I take it from your comments that that's being driven by the cost of the volume. This is all you can afford to store, and as long as you can afford to store, unless it's otherwise identified and there's a different requirement that applies.
Yeah, yes, sir. Certainly, if there is a event, any discrepancy, concerns, those will be maintained and filed longer. But, if we're talking about standard traffic citations being issued, that particular citation is adjudicated, then that's where we're getting into that year.
Okay, thank you. All right, other questions? Thank you. Continue. Director, did you have something to say?
Mr. Chairman, if I could just add one thing there to that discussion on body cameras. As we kicked it around here as a department really the discussion from the law enforcement community has been, it's become the expectation to have that type of video coverage as you go into a courtroom. And so it became pretty important to us to get that done. I really felt as a director that if we didn't, we were starting to send our troopers to a gunfight with a knife. And I just want to equip them appropriately with the right technology to do their job.
Okay, thank you. All right, continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Page 91 is an exception request to replace 166 portable, 160 mobile, 40 base radios, and 156 portable radio extenders for the patrol, and is priority number 7 on the agency's priority table. The existing equipment is more than 15 years old and has exceeded the 8 to 10 year average replacement life cycle. These radios provide the first line of emergency and critical communications for the patrol in their mission to provide essential services and safety for the traveling public. The exception request is $2,705,000 using highway funds. However, I want to note that due to a finalization of WIDOT's strategic sourcing radio contract, the actual cost of these radios has dropped to $2,459,133. This is a budget authority only request. The governor has recommended approval of this one-time exception request at the negotiated $2.459 million. Mr. Chairman, I will also mention the WIDOT has been currently working with many other states, our state and local agencies to coordinate radio replacements. The concept is to provide economies of scale for state and local agencies by making bulk radio purchases in order to reduce unit and total cost for radio replacement. This is an efficiencies effort that will save money and time, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I believe I skipped one, and that was page 90.
Well, go ahead. Have you gotten to never mind, you're back on page 90. Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, page 90 is an exception request to fund annual maintenance for the patrol's computer-aided dispatch, mobile CAD, records management system, mapping, electronic citations, and digital photo storage. Based on current anticipated usage, the patrol estimates the maintenance cost to be $700,000 per biennium using highway funds. This is a budget authority only request and is priority number 2 on the agency priority table. The exception request is being reviewed by ETS with finalized review by February. The governor has recommended approval of this ongoing cost.
Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, moving on to pages 92 and 93. This is an exception request to fund a move of the computer-aided dispatch and law enforcement records management system discussed just a second ago, Mr. Chairman, from an existing server to a cloud-based hosted storage solution using highway funds totaling $500,000. This is priority number 9 and is budget authority only request. The benefit to moving to a hosted solution includes ensuring resilient and responsive operations, allow for disaster recovery and backup redundancy, dispatching from any location that has a stable internet connection, and increased data transfer speeds. The exception request is being reviewed by ETS with finalized review by February, and the governor has recommended approval of this ongoing cost.
So I had a couple questions on that. I mean, first of all, was this noted that on average, more than 50% of police officers spend 3 hours per shift writing reports? That's a real deal, huh? Or half of them spend, so that means all of them spend 25% of their time. Is that how that works? But anyway.
Mr. Chairman, Kevin Haller again with the Highway Patrol. Yes, a significant amount of time is performed by troopers conducting their paperwork, both internal reports and then oftentimes those reports are being handed on to the prosecutor's office. As you might imagine, Mr. Chairman, the busier or more productive an individual is, thus the more paperwork they end up having. So there is a lot of record keeping.
Okay. The other one that caught my eye was the median age of police officers, 24 and a half years old. I'm getting old. That's all I have to say about that, I guess. That's remarkable to me. But anyway, I guess, if we look at our uniform, our uniform that keeps our country safe, that's probably even younger than that. Anyway, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, pages 94 and 95 is an exception request to continue the contract for 2 unarmed and 1 armed security personnel to help support the patrol and protecting the governor and elected officials in the Capitol and the Hirschler buildings, and is priority number 10. The contract personnel would be in addition to Capitol security troopers and as a cost savings measure over existing trooper positions. The exception request is $523,277 using highway funds. The governor has recommended denial of this exception request. However, he does recommend a footnote providing the department the flexibility to move funding from the 100 personnel services series to 900 contractual services series as necessary to meet capital security needs. Mr. Chairman, we would simply just, if approved, use vacancy savings to transfer and fund those through 900. Mr. Chairman, moving to pages 96 and 97. This is an exception request to replace 250 connected mobility devices for the patrol using highway funds totaling $562,500. Again, this is a budget authority only request and is priority number 11. Given the demands for increased bandwidth, more items inside the patrol vehicle requiring connectivity, and the age of the current modem, replacements are necessary. This exception request was reviewed and approved by ETS, and the governor has recommended approval of this one-time exception.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, page 98 and the top of page 99 is an exception request for an upgrade to the patrol evidence system using highway funds totaling $39,719. This is a budget authority only request and is part of priority 12. The current evidence system used by patrol is an outdated version of evidence on queue. Evidence on queue is used to store and track all evidence, documentation, and subject information for every arrest, drug, money seizure, critical event, and other incident where a report is required. The patrol will continue to fall behind as evidence on queue moves to their cloud-based program. As the software advances, the patrol will lose the ability to interact with other software Evidence IQ interacts with as those other systems are upgraded. Patrol's CAD, RMS, mobile e-citation vendor has entered into an agreement with Evidence on Queue to provide a standard interface. In order for the patrol to use the standard interface, both pieces of software must remain on the current version. Additionally, this request deals with handheld device technology that will allow evidence specialists to transfer, relay, and inventory evidence or property at the facility where the transfer is occurring. The exception request was reviewed and approved by ETS, and the governor has recommended approval of this one-time portion of the exception request, as well as the ongoing portion is broken out on the page, top of page 99.
Go ahead, Representative Stiff.
Mr. Chairman, in connection with these software upgrades for the in-patrol car devices, it used to be the case that on the dash cam video in, say, a speeding case, that it would show the video, but the target vehicle speed would always be shown as 0 because the radar gun was not hooked up to the camera. Is that still the case? Because under the system as it used to be, there's no permanent electronic record of what the radar gun readout is ever kept. It just gets deleted, by the patrol, by the trooper on site. Is that still the case, or did that get fixed?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stiff, if I understand your question correctly, are we talking about the trooper speed or the violator speed?
The target vehicle speed so if I have a client who says, hey, I got pulled over for speeding, but I wasn't going the 95 they think I was, when I get the dash cam video and I look at it, the dash cam video always it's on, it's working, the audio is fine. But on the box where it says target vehicle speed, it always says 0 because it's not hooked up to the radar gun.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Representative Stiff, that is the case today. However, we are looking at replacing, which will also mean upgrading our radar equipment, and they will be attached at that time.
Okay. Representative Larson.
Thank you. And this might be to Mr. Babbitt. We've seen some pretty hefty maintenance agreements, one I think for 350,000 a year. And on this, and it's, of course, it's only about $19,000 a year. But we're also buying a lifetime access to the upgrades. But yet we still need a maintenance agreement. So I'm just kind of wondering what the maintenance agreements will do if we have access to the upgrades. Is that if it, just in case if it craters or, and then, so if you can help me understand that, and then just reassure us that you continually negotiate to try and get the cost of those maintenance agreements down.
Mr. Chairman, you're right. Go ahead. Exactly. The maintenance agreements are going to cover any type of upgrades moving forward and cybersecurity scenarios. And I want to assure you that we are working closely with ETS, making sure the law enforcement meets all CGIS requirements going forward on those storage.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? All right, continue. Dennis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're on the bottom of page 99, at top of page 100.
So I do have one question. So back on priority 11, the connected mobility devices, those are those, I think those are the, no, I'm sorry. Go ahead. You're talking about 99. That's for my questions. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. 99 to 100 is an exception request for 4 portable radio consoles for the patrol using highway funds totaling $279,931. This is a budget only authority request and is priority number 13. These portable.
So my question is about this. And so I understand these allow you to, if there was a problem of one sort or another, you had to evacuate your dispatch centers. Otherwise you can set up these dispatch, you can set up a portable dish or an alternative dispatch center and with as minimal disruption as possible. Is that right?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. This really came to light as we were working through the COVID issue. So we have our dispatch center is co-located with our transportation management center down in the basement of the Quest building. And as we were dealing with those tight confined spaces, we were able to relocate some of the transportation management center side, which is sort of our snowplow side, because their equipment was portable. And for the health and safety of those individuals, we could maintain operations in a dispersed environment. But we could not do that with the patrol dispatch. And so then the thought process, man, there's a lot of things that could cause you to lose an operations center. And it's our only state 24/7 law enforcement operations center. And so that's really the nexus of this request, is to ensure, the survivability and continued operational capability of that center. So whether it's in COVID or something else.
So, and so my question then, so I understand that part of it, that, it's a redundancy, provides a redundancy and backup facility for you, but capabilities for you. But I just was wondering, are there additional tactical or strategic purposes you can use these consoles for, other than just the fact that you've got this redundancy if you need to, if you're somehow you can't be in the actual dispatch center?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that's a good question. Certainly they could be used for training. I'm thinking about another real-time use. It would be one that you could use it. I mean, you could have 2 operating simultaneously, but primarily it's for backup.
Okay. All right, thanks. All right, continue.
Mr. Chairman, the exception request was reviewed and approved by ETS, and the governor has recommended approval of this one-time exception request. Moving on to page 101. This is an exception request for public record software for the patrol using highway funds totaling $50,000. And this is priority number 14. Mr. Chairman, due to the volume of the FOIA public requests received by patrol, the amount of information we distribute has risen. Currently, the patrol does not have software to track, document, distribute, and record public records requests. Records clerk receive emails, phone calls, spreadsheets, and in-person requests. They document delivery to comply with WAMI state statute and ensure requests are distributed within the required time frame. Software designed to handle the requests would ensure increased demand for information is handled swiftly, allow for better communication with all parties, and allow the public a portal to make requests, thus eliminating antiquated processes which are currently in place. The exception request was reviewed and approved by ETS. The governor has recommended approval of this ongoing exception request.
Do you charge any fees for records requests or when they come?
Mr. Chairman, I think we do. Yes, I don't know the rate, but we do charge some fees. Do you have some specifics?
Chairman, I'm Rodney Fryer, the budget manager at WIDOT. We charge for anything over $180 per state statute. Any requests that cost under 180, we do those for free, and we will enter into an agreement and bill anything above and beyond.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, just going back to your question on priority 13 before I forget. I think you asked about other tactical scenarios where we could use it. I think if you had a significant state disaster, you could take those forward with patrol and set up a forward command post to use those as well.
Yeah. If you think about it, there's a number of uses that they could have under various circumstances. Yeah. All right, continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm on the bottom of page 101 through 103. This is an exception request to replace 115 direction sensing radars for the patrol using highway funds totaling $345,000. This is budget authority only request and is priority 15. These radars are typically replaced on a 5-year replacement cycle. The exception request has been reviewed and approved by ETS, and the governor has recommended approval of this one-time exception request. Moving on to page 104, Mr. Chairman.
And that's what's going to solve Representative Stiff's problem, isn't it? Okay. Yeah, well, at least when you get on, you'll know that you've been caught red-handed. You can take a selfie with your radar, Go ahead. We digress. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Page 104 is an exception request to replace 231 in-car printers for the patrol totaling $127,050. This is priority number 16. The current in-car printers are over 10 years old and have reached the end of their service life. Due to the age, it's become increasingly difficult to find parts. The exception request is being reviewed by ETS with finalized review by February. The governor has recommended approval of this one-time exception request.
Okay, thank you.
Page 105, Mr. Chairman, is an exception request for 41 computers. This is the standard 5-year replacement, total $68,066. The request has been reviewed and approved by ETS, and the governor has recommended approval of this one-time exception request.
Thank you. Continue.
Mr. Chairman, I am on pages 108 through 110. We are now on unit 503, which is our radioactive waste unit. Page 108 shows the standard budget request with recommended governor's approval. Page 109 is an exception request reducing the standard budget in the amount of $45,615 in highway funds and is priority 21. WIDOT has seen a reduction in the revenue related to the shipping of hazardous waste across the state. As a result, there is less funding to provide to the Office of Homeland Security. The governor has recommended approval of this ongoing exception request. And I believe, Mr. Chairman, you heard a corresponding request from the Wyoming Office of Homeland Security.
Right.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Representative Larson.
So, Dennis, is that a fee that we impose? And if so, what is it and when was the last time we raised it?
Mr. Chairman, it is a fee that we impose. And as far as the amount, I don't remember the exact amount, Mr. Chairman. We can get that information for you.
We talked with Homeland Security. They're going to provide us that information. And I think it's been 10 years and it probably should be doubled.
Same, so it is the same one.
I think it was $200 to charge it now, and they want to take it to $450 or something like that is what their a median cost from states around us.
Same then.
Yeah.
Same. Yep. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'm on to unit 504, which is reports of entry. Page 11 is the standard budget request with recommended governor's approval. Page 112 is an exception request for computer replacements totaling $13,078. The exception request was reviewed and approved by ETS, and the governor recommends approval of this one-time exception request. Mr. Chairman, I am moving on to unit 601, which are pages 116 and 117.
This is the Joint Appropriations Committee favorite topic.
Oh, that's good to know, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this is WildLink. This is actually the Salix portion of WildLink. This is the state agency law enforcement communication system providing dispatch services to Game and Fish, State Parks, Brand Inspector, Livestock Board, Outfitter Board, BLM, and the Forest Service. There are no exception requests in this unit. Page 116 shows the standard budget request with recommended governor's approval. Mr. Chairman, I am moving on to unit 603, which is WildLink Phase 2. This is the actual WildLink system, Mr. Chairman, that we're all familiar with. Page 118 shows the standard budget request with recommended governor's approval. And pages 119 and 120 is an exception request to replace the remaining 40 WildLink base station radios currently known as Quantars with GTRs. The replacement began in the current biennium fiscal year 21-22. This exception request totals $5,317,916. This is priority number 4 for the agency. The base station radios will keep WildLink operational into the future. Many of the existing base station radios have been in operation for 15 years and are at end of life or are no longer supported by the vendor. Failure to replace the base station radios result in the system being susceptible to failure along with increased risk of cybersecurity threats. The replacement of these base station radios is critical to the ongoing operation of WildLink. The governor has recommended approval of this one-time exception request, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right, thank you. Continue.
Mr. Chairman, moving on to page 121. This is a corresponding request to the Quantar replacement. This is to replace the 40 DC power systems totaling $1,384,616 and is priority number 5. Mr. Chairman, the DC power systems convert 120 volt commercial power to the 48 volt DC power necessary for the WildLink equipment. These are also 15 years old or older and are at the end of life. The exception request is being reviewed by ETS with finalized review by February. The governor has recommended approval of this one-time exception request.
Are these basically, is this the uninterruptible power supply portion of the network for the power?
Mr. Chairman, that is my understanding.
Okay.
Mr. Babbitt may have more information.
Makes sense. He's busy talking to Kevin. It's okay. Keep going.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you. So I'm curious about, every year we have the base standard budget for WildLink and then typically exception requests. What we don't see, or I think would be useful to see, is say go back 10 years so we can get a panoramic view of how much our total expenditures are across the board on WildLink. Just to see what those numbers are and perhaps give us your reasonable expectation of where those are going to go in the future. I know that you have a large ARPA request on WildLink. And so if you could explain what that's for and why you want it, what it's going to do to this system would be useful as well.
Mr. Chairman, I will defer that specific question to Mr. Babbitt.
Mr. Chairman, you are correct. The large exception request there was kind of if you could fix everything possible that's necessary as well as future expansion, what would you do? And that's what we were asked to do. Huge portion of that was an additional 17 new tower locations if possible. There was a huge lift because all of that operates on the microwave backhaul system. So that was another huge element of that. And then it does include the existing finalization this amount will finish the upgrades that we've talked about for so long on the Quantars and GTRs and the DC power plants. Future anticipations is fully to take a look at WildLink and get it on a technology replacement program so we don't go through this ever again. One of the challenges there is this equipment in the past has lasted an awful lot longer than a typical 5-year replacement. And everything that we're doing now is looking towards the future to make sure that land mobile radio also is interoperable with cell phone technology, long-term evolution type connectivity, FirstNet, any of those generations. Also, there was in the past, it was pretty much basically a microwave radio network. Now working in conjunction with ETS, now there's the opportunity with all these upgrades that now we're looking at more of an IP, high capacity broadband type situation and redundancy with fiber lines where possible. So the whole thing is evolving that direction, and that would be what the huge portion of that ask is for.
Mr. Chairman, with regard to the 10-year look back, we can certainly get that information to you.
So when we get down to the end of this, do we know how many towers are owned, how many towers are funded by the federal government? How many towers have been funded by the state of Wyoming? Do we know that?
I do know that, sir. Mr. Chairman. So right now, what we're looking at is on the system alone, when you're looking at all the interoperable and partnerships with counties and everybody, we have approximately 105 tower locations that is shared on the WildLink radio system. 93 of those are taken care of by WYDOT itself. That includes 77 existing plus the new 16 that are being completed right now with federal funds. Locally, there's 9 that are owned that we help support too for advanced coverage there. And then some of those sites also are microwave only. So the backhaul piece of it allows for, you know, everything that's on the highways from the variable speed limit signs to connected vehicles. All that information also traverses back onto the microwave network. So.
Okay.
So you have 105 total.
Mr. Chairman, 105 is total, and that's all cooperative. Currently, there are 77 with 16 new being built, so 93.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Page 122 is an exception request for the channel expansion of 7 WildLink sites totaling 1.59 million. This is priority number 6. This upgrade is necessary as WildLink has seen a steady increase in usage, resulting in a growing number of busies. This means the site is unavailable for first responders, which is hampering our mission for reliable communications.
So, Mr. Co-Chair,
Yes.
I'm curious about getting busy signals on WildLink and why that happens and how long it takes to get an on-busy signal, you know, in terms of your volume.
Mr. Chairman, excellent question. So we had over 12 million calls previously before COVID hit, and then of course it tapered off a little bit with less traffic on the road there. But as far as busy signals, it is primary, the way the network is designed, it's core locations that probably have too much the capacity hitting it. So when a trooper out there does get a busy signal, it's only a matter of seconds. They press the button and it gets a series of beeps, and it's usually momentarily until the next channel opens up. That's what this would do is actually open up certain channels for those locations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Continue.
Mr. Chairman, the governor has recommended approval of this one-time exception request. Moving on to page 123, it's an exception request for additional 2 WildLink towers totaling $3 million. Mr. Chairman, the additional towers will provide extended radio coverage in regions, communities with limited or non-existent coverage. And this is priority number 8. And if approved, the 2 additional towers will be constructed in or near Saratoga and North Sheridan. These locations were selected based on known coverage gaps where mission critical emergency communications are required, along with considerations for regional populations and high travel, high use areas. The governor has recommended approval of this one-time exception request.
You said Saratoga and North Sheridan?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I did.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead.
Thank you,
Representative
Mr.
Walters.
Chairman. That 2 towers, would that add on to the 105 you currently have to where you'd be at 107? Or is that inclusive in the 105?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, you are correct. That would be 2 additional, so it would be a total of 107.
Is that 2 of the 16 of the new towers, or are those of the new towers, are those already built in?
Mr. Chairman, it is not. There's 16 and 2 additional, and the 2 additional would be 2 brand new.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
quick
Mr. Vice
question.
President.
So what's the life expectancy of these towers? And then what's the annual operation and maintenance cost per tower? So if we're looking at 1.5 million, put one in, we just saw the upgrades with the other one. So how long do we expect a new tower that would be constructed, say this year, to last before we got to upgrade it? Do we know best based on our past history what those costs are, and what's the average O&M cost for a tower? We seem to be adding a lot of these periodically, and we're increasing that burden, and I'm concerned about that as we continue to move forward.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, as additional sites do come on with the current maintenance agreements, it's typically about $34,000 per year per site. The tower lifespan itself, we continue to maintain those things the best of our ability, and they've lasted an awful long time, over years.
So the physical infrastructure is fine. It's the technology that continues to escalate in cost.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, that's correct.
So do we have a projection, say 10 years, how many more that we would build out? What the annual cost for the entire system would be, or even 5 years down the road with the current plan to build out?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, the estimates that we have are what is actually in place, what we've got in place. There is a gradual increase. It's approximately $3 million per year, and we did renegotiate that contract with the vendor. So that, you're right, that trend is certainly going up annually, looking into the future, but we're only projecting sites that we actually know have been approved and are going to be built.
Representative Larson.
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Have we ever considered, as we look with the growth of the sites and stuff, that we train or have somebody in-house do the ongoing maintenance, or is that just not practical?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, we do have on-site techs. We dispatch first. Our technicians work the situation for as long as they can with the ongoing support from the vendor remotely for the expertise on the internals of their components.
And the 34 grand a year per tower is above and beyond that then?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
Thank you. Continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pages 124 and 125. Mr. Chairman, this exception request is to decrease the cost of the system maintenance agreement due to a long-term contract being negotiated with the vendor. The result of the negotiation produced a significant savings. The system and maintenance agreement provides remote system monitoring, remote system performance, on-site technical services, system security updates, and other services outlined on page 124. The exception request totals a decrease of $653,992. This is priority 20 on the agency's priority table. The governor has recommended approval of this ongoing exception request. Mr. Chairman, the governor further recommends the remaining ongoing funding for objects 0292 and 0420 be split 70% of unobligated mineral royalty grant funding until exhausted, then bill the local governments the remainder, and 30% highway funds for this exception request.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, moving on.
Go ahead, Mr. Vice President.
I have a question on that. So what are unobligated local mineral royalty? I'm curious as to what an unobligated mineral royalty grant is.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the mineral royalty grant is housed and managed in the state lands. And they have a report, it's the status of funds. And on that fund, status of funds, it would say, this is how much money they have in cash. This is what's obligated. The legislature, for example, could appropriate from that fund and that would create an obligation. So then whatever's remaining in the fund can be used as a guarantee or pay for the WildLink hardware and software until it's gone. And then the local governments would pick up the bill then. So it's the amount that remains after the legislative activity that would be unobligated.
Mr. Chairman, a follow-up on this. So my recollection is on those MRG grants that are parked within SLIB have to go before the entire SLIB board. Is that not correct? And are we bypassing that process here?
Mr. Chairman, I do not believe so. What we're saying is that the unobligated portion is made available for this. Now, this is probably the third, maybe the fourth biennium that we've done this. And to date, the counties have paid for their portion with the MRG money. Essentially, this is county money, and they're making their payment out of MRG. However, it's funded by co-lease bonus, and we all know that the amount of co-lease bonus that we're getting is not what it once was.
Go ahead, Representative Larson.
Mr. Chairman. I
Oh.
believe Don had something he wanted.
Don, did you have something to weigh?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Hicks, a little bit more background on that. In addition to the COLA's bonus, as Kevin mentioned, it does benefit from federal mineral royalties as well as severance taxes. So there are some other streams there. As he indicated, this payment process started about 6 years ago. This is, I think, going to be the beginning of the fourth biennium with budget reductions. And they were looking for your predecessors were looking for a mechanism to pay for the local share. Since that time, there's been one other use of those funds, and that is that the BRC program is now being funded from a portion of the MRG funds from SLIB as well.
Co-chair. So,
Mr. Co-chair.
Don, can you just kind of give us a refresher on how much money is out there and how much money rolls into on the mineral royalty grants that we capture for the counties?
You stumped him. Unbelievable.
Mr. Chairman, I'll have to defer and get back with you in like 2 or 3 minutes.
That's fine. I mean,
Man.
just a
Mark that
refresher
down.
course so we
Mark
understand.
that down. That's the first time Don hasn't known the answer to a question in my experience in the legislature. Really? I'm shocked.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Representative Stiff.
so the bottom line here is, when do we expect the MRG money to run out such that these invoices that the cities and counties are getting become real invoices that they really have to pay with money in the bank?
Mr. Chairman, the last time that I looked at this, the cash balance would get us through this biennium. And like Don said, there's severance taxes, there's mineral royalties, and there's co-lease bonuses. I just pulled this up right now. This is the July 31st report, and it had $10.5 million of unobligated funding. So we can get an updated copy of the status of funds.
Okay. Thank you. All right, continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am on pages 128 through 131. This is Unit 701, which is Aeronautics Administration. Page 128 is a standard budget request with recommended governor's approval. And page 129 is an exception request for 6 computers that have been reviewed and approved by ETS and recommended approval by the governor's office. Mr. Chairman, moving on to 0901. This is the operations of the aircraft, and there are no exception requests in this unit. Page 133 shows a standard budget request with recommended governor's approval. Mr. Chairman, moving on to.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Going back, I'm reading this here on the operations aircraft, and you list the 2 Cessna citations. You don't list the Cessna 208 that's used for photography. Is that not part of these operations?
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
The photogrammetry and survey aircraft that you're referring to, Mr. Chairman, is actually on the commission side. It's on the engineering and planning side under our chief engineer and not part of the legislative portion of the budget. It's actually under the commission portion.
Okay, Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
If I may, I have a few questions on that 208 aircraft, and it really stems from our conversation yesterday with the Department of Revenue, as they are contracting for some orthogonal photography of the state for, it'll take pictures at a 45-degree angle so they get a better view of what the buildings and structures look like so that they can better assess issues for tax purposes. And so the question is your aircraft properly equipped to do that kind of work? If not, what would it take to upgrade it to do that kind of work? Or have you partnered with the Department of Revenue on any of these issues? And I'll have a couple of follow-ups.
Can you hear me, Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman, Aeronautics Administrator Brian Olson. I do not know, Representative Walters, I do not know the answer to that, but we can look into it and get back to you. You said the Department of Revenue.
Correct. Mr. Chairman, a few follow-ups on this aircraft. Do you know approximately how much it's flown each year and types of missions? And then my question on those types of missions, could they be replaced by drone usage? And I'm leading to somewhere.
Mr. Chairman.
Good. Answer carefully, apparently. You need to answer carefully. He's leading you somewhere.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, and the chief engineer may have a perspective on this as well. My understanding of looking at the type of mission and the profile that we fly for our large highway projects, at this point, a drone would not be probably the appropriate way to collect the data that we're doing. Drones can collect some photogrammetry data for smaller locations, but for big projects, not as appropriate.
And so then really that's where I was leading with this, is the ability to remove the camera, put in seats, and use this airplane to transport people around the state at a lesser cost than transporting them on the Citation jets. Because it is a really nice turboprop aircraft, would handle all of Wyoming's weather situations. And if you only had 1 or 2 people going, we're talking about maybe anywhere in the state, might be a 15 to 20 minute difference in total time of travel. And so it would be a very cost-effective way to move folks around the state, and maybe more cost-effective to contract the photographic work and use that for personnel transportation.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters. So that's a great question. The camera that is mounted in the Caravan is a very sensitive camera. So there is the possibility to remove it and put it back in. Our photos and surveys folks are very hesitant and remiss to do that on a frequent basis. So we have considered that. We do our best to leave the camera in there.
Chairman, yes, my thought would be to remove it permanently and contract that work to be done, because there's lots of folks in the private sector that do that sort of photographic work and do so much of it that they have quite good price points, and then we could turn that plane into more of a passenger airplane.
And Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, and the chief engineer may want to jump in here, but we did conduct a third-party survey on that aircraft for that, to answer that very question, I believe 1.5 years ago. And we have those results, and we'd be happy to pass them along. My recollection is that from a monetary standpoint, it's probably, maybe slightly cheaper to continue doing what we're doing. But of course, we have the availability of the aircraft when we need it. And from a qualitative perspective, there's some benefits to doing that. I'm sure that we'd be happy to provide you this, or that report.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you. All right, continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm on pages
Oh,
one.
wait a second.
Yep. you know, typically when this budget comes up, we get attacked on the Cessnas on the floor. So I think if you could provide us with basically the, you know, percentage breakdown of uses by individuals and agencies over the course of the last year or so, so that we can have that in our fingertips when we present this budget, and anything else you think might be useful.
We will do that, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Now
Mr. Chairman,
continue.
I'm on page 136 and 137. 136 shows the standard budget request with recommended governor's approval. There are no exception requests in this unit. Page 138 and 139 is unit 1002, which is the Air Service Enhancement Assistance unit. There are no exceptions in this request. In this unit, Mr. Chairman, page 138 shows the standard budget request with recommended governor's approval. Page 140 and 141 are the unit requests for 1003, which is Air Service Enhancement Admin. There are no exception requests in this unit. And page 140 shows the standard budget request with recommended governor's approval. And Mr. Chairman, unless there are any questions, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Go ahead, Don.
Mr. Chairman, just to revisit the use of mineral royalty grant funds, approximately $22 million per biennium is the revenue that's on top of the $10 million balance that Kevin referenced. Of that $22 million, WildLink would use approximately $8 million under the current governor's recommendation would go to the Business Ready Communities program, which would leave $10 million for the base program operated under SLIB of the local government MRG.
Thank you. Go ahead, Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the director, a general question regarding your STIP plans. I think they're a great deal, so we can have a forward-looking plan of attack for all of our highways and bridges, et cetera. My question is, a year ago, over the last couple of years, our revenue hasn't matched some of our projects. And so some projects have been changed on that list. When a project is changed, does it just roll to the next year? And then there's just kind of a domino effect. So the next year drops one or drops two to make that change? Or what happens to a project once it's been changed from the year of expected completion or expected use on the STIP program?
Mr. Chairman.
And your mic's working now. You can actually pull yours. It's green and you can pull it up and use your own, and you don't have to leave over and invade Dennis's space.
All right, Mr. Chairman, my own mic.
Your own
mic. To your question, it depends on the project. So some projects, if we don't have enough revenue, we'll push back a year. Just like sometimes if we have more revenue than expected, which has happened specifically, you know, we get, like last year, we got some money in August. It happens every year. We bring some projects forward. It really depends on the nature of the project. There were some when we made the decision that I described in those guiding principles that said, hey, listen, we think the best use of the fiscal resources you gave us is to preserve the assets we have versus capacity, mobility improvements. And so, and that was a decision we made a couple of years ago and is in those guiding principles that we gave you. And so when we pulled those projects from the STIP, which we did, those were basically pushed to the very end, and we'll continue to monitor revenue sources. But those ones, no, are basically delayed until the revenue picture changes.
Following that up, so in my neighborhood, Mr. Chairman, is on Highway 487, there's a really good roller coaster if you go fast enough. And it was it's about 10 miles south of where you turn on to 487 from 220. And it was on the STIP list, and now it's totally gone from that. So in the situation like that project, and how will it ever come back onto the program, onto the list? And if we're preserving assets, if it was deemed necessary at one point and now it's just totally missing. I guess I've struggled to see that we're preserving any assets when we just delete no med.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Walters, to that specific road, and what I'd say is that one in particular, hopefully the roller coaster is better than it was, because we did actually send the maintainers out there and put a lot of fill into that area. And so in terms of road priorities and the ability for us to preserve what we have, we don't have enough to preserve everything. And so when you start looking at the priorities of road, oftentimes that has to do with traffic counts. And that's the reality that we live in. With your permission, I will see if my chief engineer has a better engineering description than that, than what I just gave you.
Mr. Chairman, Mark Gillette, Chief Engineer for WIDOT. You know, that was a pretty good description, I think, Director. It just depends, and a lot of it has to do, as the Director said, with ADT. It has to do with functional classification of the highway, you know, how the highway is used, et cetera. So with that, that's about all I could add.
Okay, Representative Larson.
Thank you. Director Reiner, if we could go to page 141 on aeronautics there. In your series 100 there, you've had an increase there of about $22,000 there. And although that's, you're not using state general funds, but you're able to adjust your salaries with other funds a little. How then, I guess, as we work towards this enterprise model and stuff like that, will these types of increases be reflected in what we're doing state employee wide, or it causes a little, you can see the challenges it has for the rest of us.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not quite sure I understand the question. Representative Larson.
Well, everybody else goes through A&I. You guys don't have to do that, I don't believe.
Mr. Chairman, we do. We still,
Okay.
yes, we are still absolutely
So,
working through it.
but you didn't have to use the general funds. You're able to make some, you were able to make some increases in your series 100 there. They're not general funds, but you were able to. So how did that process work? You made that application through A&I and they approved that?
Mr. Chairman, so in this particular case, these are legislatively appropriated budgets. So this still has to have the approval, either a B11 or it has to have the approval of the legislature. So if we don't have the authority to just increase those on their own.
But that's your intent would be through this
Yes.
budget to increase that.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not seeing the increase that you're referring.
Well, so, okay. So
in the standard budget.
I was looking at the standard budget versus your base budget.
Okay. That would be the intent, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. In your slide presentation, you made reference that you handed out earlier. You made some references that maybe you could help us with. On page 4 of that, there is some increase of other funds revenue. What was, if you could just share with us what that was attributable to?
Mr. Chairman, can you give me the page number again, please?
4. I got a few questions on that presentation, Mr. Chairman.
On your opening.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, could you maybe specifically say what document you're looking at?
So on the slide presentation that we had earlier that was in our handouts, on page 4 of that, and maybe you don't have that, Don, maybe we can show that. It was just some pre-session materials that we had there.
Mr. Chairman, I believe
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I believe you're referencing this, our operating budget presentation. And you are looking at slide number 4, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Let me get there, Mr. Chairman. Okay, Mr. Chairman, and you're looking under the other revenue,
Yes.
and you're asking what some of that other revenue incorporates.
Well, it looks like there's an increase of that. Is that a fair assumption?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, most of that is due to our carryover. So when we, due to a number of reasons, Mr. Chairman, we have carryover from one fiscal period to the next, mostly due to vacancy savings. Because you heard from the director early on, the vacancy issues are problematic for us. That's one of the largest contributors. So the monies that were programmed in, for instance, 21, then carries over to 22 to be programmed for other priorities.
Mr. Chairman, could we, having flip over to slide 15, and it reflects a decline in federal funds there, and just curious on what that's attributable to.
Slide 15, Mr. Chairman. So you're talking about 21 to 22, Mr.
Yes.
Chairman?
Yes.
That was the decrease? Mr. Chairman, what I might do is ask Rodney to talk about that particular piece.
Mr. Chairman, Rodney Fryer with Whiteout Budget again. The reduction in funding there, this is pre the IJA Act, so we don't have that funding in there. And also in 2022, we don't have any coronavirus funding that we did receive in 21. And we haven't included any grants that we may apply for in 22 if available.
Okay.
21 represents a full picture of all of our discretionary grants and all federal funds.
Okay. Then, Mr. Chairman, could we flip over to slide 37? And this is kind of a discussion that would help us as we look at FMRs and severance taxes that maybe could be reduced or swapped. Any idea of how much of that we could do without impacting your federal matching requirement? Give us a little guidance there on what we might consider.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, what page number was that?
37.
Mr. Chairman, is there any way you can show me what page you're looking at?
Well, I believe it's on page 37.
Mr. Chairman, is this on the operating budget or on the presentation again?
The presentation, isn't it?
Mr. Chairman, I believe all your questions are related to the presentation. Yes.
Presentation.
Mr. Chairman, it's going to take us a minute because I don't have a page 37.
So
clearly.
maybe what we could do is when we leave, but that's kind of an important thing to consider is our ability to swap some FMRs and without impacting. And so let's maybe kind of look at that and you can give us some guidance or some help there and what we can consider.
Sure, Mr. Chairman. I think I can answer your question in general terms and then get you some specific information that I don't currently have with me. In general, Mr. Chairman, there are a few programs within the organization that require the FMRs that cannot use highway user fees. That amount, if I remember correctly, Mr. Chairman, is roughly $20 million-ish. So there would be roughly $40 million roughly that we could swap out, but it would have to be a dollar for dollar swap, Mr. Chairman. It would be preferential if that money was flexible, state dollars, and the timing would have to be such that we receive the money as the money is being swapped. So timing is important. And the flexibility of the money would be nice. And it's roughly $40 million, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman. We asked the Department of Transportation to provide us these statistics when we were chasing down, moving the funding over to the ARPA revenue assistance. They provide us a statistic on an annual basis of $48,649,790, so $40 million bucks. And that's your federal mineral royalty. There's an additional $6,711,500 in severance taxes that would be available to work through the process for the revenue assistance. The last statistic that I have on the revenue assistance, after we got done with the chairman's recommendation for the Department of Health for FY 2022, the $26 million that we just captured, that's in the general fund now. The balance is $20 million. And we're working on the permissible amounts now, and hopefully we can get that to LSO. So you'll have, here's where I can go to get the other 20 million. Then what we would just do is something along the lines of the fallback position, if necessary, WIDOT's federal mineral royalties and severance taxes to up to the amount that's necessary. And we kind of like to close the door on this like before June 30th of this year, right? So it's just a backup position for WIDOT. I don't know that it's necessary now. It was in the beginning, but we worked really hard on this process.
Thank you. Thanks, Kevin.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman.
go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So this is just going back just ever so slightly to the Air Services Enhancement Assistance Program. And I'm curious on the minimum revenue guarantee. I'm curious at the current rate of usage, how long those funds that have already been appropriated will last.
Mr. Chairman, I'll turn that over to Mr. Olson.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Kenner, as we are forecasting out sort of the minimum revenue guarantees that we expect the Air Service Enhancement Program to fund, for 2022, we expect to end up with about 1.8.
Follow up.
Go ahead.
So that's at the end of this next year. And so in order to continue that, then it would require future allocations back to that then?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Kenner, the budget for that is approximately 1.3 million. Oh, sorry,
Yeah, we
Mr.
can't-
Chairman, Representative Kenner, the budget is approximately 1.3 million per year for the Air Service Enhancement Program.
We need you to get more friendly with that, Mark.
More friendly than that? Oh, that's much better. Sorry, Mr. Chairman, Representative Kenner, for the Air Service Enhancement Program, the budget per year is about 1.3 million, which is a standard budget for that.
So follow up, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
So I was under the impression that we had allocated a certain pot for that. And what I'm getting at is when does that pot run dry, I guess?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Kenner, the program that you're referring to is the Capacity Purchase Agreement Program. That's for our 4 airports, including Sheridan. And this is true, the legislature did allocate 15 million for that in the 2019 session. And our current amount in that account is about 10.4 million. As far as when it will run dry, I think there's a lot of variables that will go into that. We've done fairly well the first 2.5, 3 years of the contract, but there will be some significant headwinds going forward. So I think, we'll keep you updated on how that's looking.
Okay, and I think there's a renegotiation coming up, is there not? Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Kenner, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
We are beginning that process.
Sorry for that detour.
No,
but thank you.
sorry. I apologize. I was thinking of this book.
That's okay. Thank you.
Representative Larson.
So Director Reiner, at the beginning, in your comments at the beginning, you talked about the need to address salaries and compensation to our employees. And so at times historically, when we've done that in agencies that are funded with other funds have struggled to be able to provide the same level of increases that the rest of the state does. And so I guess the question is if, what's the cutoff for YDOT? Is it, 3%, 10%? If we increase that, or do you have some limits there? Do you feel comfortable with the discussions you've had with the governor and in these proposals? Have you got the funding available?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Larson, we're comfortable with the current governor's recommendations. It's about $7 million. It's all related to that discussion of there's, one pot of funding and when you fund one thing, you don't fund something else, but employees are our biggest priority. And so it's critical for us to fund that and we can make the compensation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Further questions? Don?
Apologies, Mr. Chairman, but I did want to at least acknowledge that like Chairman or Vice Chairman Brown, Landon Brown, appeared before you. The two chairs of the Transportation Committee, Senator Landon and Representative Burkhart, did send a memo. It's handout number 128, and Representative Burkhart has joined via Zoom if he had any questions for him. If not, that's fine. I just wanted to.
I do have a question. And I think, Director, you can answer that. So, for like the retirement board, we have liaisons so there's 4 of them that attend every one of their meetings. And I'm curious, does the co-chairs or vice chairs of the House and Senate attend your meetings on a regular basis? And then my other question is that something we fund through the legislature so that we have regular attendance?
Mr. Chairman, you do not currently fund that.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, your 2 liaisons do regularly attend our meetings.
Thank you.
But Mr. Chairman, we're at wrap up. So if you have no further questions, we would say, hey, thank you for your time. The men and women of WIDOT remain committed to doing absolutely the best job we can as we serve the state across, a plethora of different, places. Thank you.
And you've got a lot of hardworking employees out across the state, and I don't ever see very rarely do I ever see a YDOT truck where somebody just sitting there. Those guys are out and they're doing in all kinds of weather, hot, cold, blizzard, whatever, and let them know they're noticed and they're appreciated.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you for those comments, and we'll pass those on because we think you're exactly correct.
Okay, thank you.
Glad you had a safe trip.
All right. Thank you for your patience. We're sorry we're running behind. But anyway, we're glad to have you and welcome. We're excited to hear your budget presentation. And with that, we'll turn it over to you, Director.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chairman, members of the committee. I am Mike Causey. I'm the Executive Director of the WAMI Board of Parole. And with me today on my right is our board chairperson, Laura Garrison. And on my left is our business office coordinator, Chelsea Cortez. We'll try to keep this as short and brief as possible in accordance with the board's typical operating procedures. The Board of Parole, of course, is a separate operating agency. It has 6 full-time employees, including myself and my deputy director, Eric Stewart. We have 7 board members who are, of course, appointed by the governor. Our operation is fairly small, fairly straightforward. We meet at each of the DOC facilities at least once per quarter to consider various matters, including whether to grant parole, what conditions to impose, whether to recommend commutations. With regard to WMCI, which is the DOC intake facility, we meet there at least once every month. We hear a lot of different cases, revocation cases, et cetera. With regard to our budget, it's a pretty standard, pretty straightforward budget. I don't know if there are any specific questions about it, but unless there are, I will just direct your attention to our one exception request. Our exception request, as we've noted in our budget specifically, on page 12 of our budget, luckily we don't have 147 pages, is our in-state travel budget. And specifically, we have asked for $74,868. That exception request is designed to allow our board members to travel to the various facilities to meet with offenders and conduct their business at each of those facilities. The board has noticed over the years, and it has been lauded for doing so, that conducting in-person hearings with offenders is in many ways the most efficient and effective means of performing the board's duties. It prefers to do that in person. We have, during the time of COVID, of course, as this body has, had to resort to video means, other telephonic and other means, but generally speaking, it wants to do those hearings in person. That budget is not including any sort of air travel or anything else. It is all ground-based travel as weather and other conditions permit. And it is designed to accommodate the board's desires as well as what DOC and other entities have noted to be the most effective method of performing these various duties. Unless there's any questions, try to keep it.
Go ahead, Lloyd. Excuse me, Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So it looks to me like that was part of your step 3 reduction last year.
Mr. Chairman, yes.
That would have biennialized and probably been maybe right around the same amount. And so your request a reduction of step 3 or restoration of step 3. Is there someplace else, as we require most other agencies to maintain some level of step 3? Have you got a chip there that you'd like to replace it with?
Well, we have given up, for example, we at one point in time, Mr. Chairman, had 7 employees. We are now down to 6. So we continue to do the same operations with fewer folks. Our board members, of course, are traveling by vehicle, not by air or by any means other than vehicle.
Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead. Representative Larson.
So, but that 6 is not a reduction of 1. That's what you've had.
During our, Mr. Chairman, during our reduction, we actually had another employee that we lost as part of our reductions. Essentially, we had 6 full-time employees. We had a part-time employee. We requested this legislature, this body and the legislature to grant us a full-time employee, which you graciously did. Unfortunately, with the reductions, we gave that up, if you will. And Ms. Cortez, I don't know if you would like to add anything to that.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that was in your step 2 reductions, right?
I don't recall Mr. Hibbert or.
For reduction of funding and benefits.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct.
So that was part of your step 2 reduction. And then you moved to a step 3 reduction that now you're wanting to have restored. And so my question is there something that you'd like to replace that with to maintain your step 3, the level of reductions, or are you just saying you can't live without? You can't handle any reductions?
Mr. Chairman, with regard to this, the amount that we're requesting would simply allow the board to resume its operations of in-person hearings. So unfortunately, I don't believe there is anything else that we can give up, if you will.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Representative Stiff.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Causey, thank you. So a slightly different question. How's the, if the Board of Parole, there'll be times where you will parole somebody, and then if they misbehave, then you revoke them. Is the revocation rate holding steady? Is it going up? Is it going down? Can you just give a little feedback on that?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Stiff, I believe that we have various fluctuations. We have, since I became executive director in September 2018, taken measures to reduce the number of revocations. Of course, we've done that also as a result of House Bill 53 from a few years back. The revocation cases that we've noticed went down tremendously, and then they started to rise back up. And we believe that part of that is related to, for example, programming or other kinds of activities, folks being unemployed for periods of time, resorting to means to deal with that they should not be resorting to, absconsions from parole, from supervision, et cetera. Again, we've conducted as best we can operations to reduce those levels. We are trying modifications and various things in lieu of that, but we have noticed a little bit of an uptick in the recent months.
Mr. Chairman, a follow-up.
Go ahead, Representative.
You mentioned programming changes. There was a time several years ago when funds for substance abuse and mental health counseling were cut drastically, and that seemed to correspond with a year or so later, you'd had an uptick in revocations, both, period. What's the status of that funding? I know that's not in your agency, but do you have a sense for whether the funding for substance abuse and mental health services, et cetera, if that's adequate right now?
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
Representative Stith, although I certainly do not have all the statistics necessary to back this up, we do believe that programming both inside the facility and outside of the facility is necessary to the continued viability of release on parole, probation, et cetera. So seeing folks not getting programming in either scenario is, in our opinion, not good. Certainly, we believe there is a correspondence, a correlation between not having the programming inside the facility and noticing that folks on the outside don't seem to perform quite as well.
Representative Walters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you remind the committee, your board members, are they paid salary and per diem or just per diem?
Mr. Chairman, with regard to the salary, the board members are paid a salary that's based on a per day. That's in accordance with the statute. And that salary is based on what legislators make. With regard to the per diem, they do get their costs and expenses as they would a state employee.
So they do it for the money.
It's one of the many benefits of being a parole board member.
Yeah.
In addition to prison food.
Yeah. Thank you. Any other good questions? Okay. I just, back to your exception request, and you make this statement in your exception request that out of, in your justification consequence, without the necessary travel funds, the board is required to conduct hearings via video, which is shown to produce less positive outcomes. Just wondering if you could be a little bit more specific on designating the nature of the less positive outcomes that you believe are attributable to video or virtual hearings as opposed to in-person hearings.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Excellent question. We have noticed a variety of different things with regard to that. First and foremost, being in person conducting these hearings, you get a feel for the individual as an offender, as a person, as all the things that the board has to consider. And the board also has the opportunity to visit with case staff and other professionals who are inside the facility, who can provide some level of insight that you can't quite get through the video system. Oftentimes, when you deal with a video system, you have offenders who are brought into a room. They may have one or two case staff with them. They are wearing their masks because they are not permitted to actually remove those masks. And the board quite often can't hear everything that's going on. I think that's a problem even in today's setting, where sometimes people might not be that close to a microphone. In addition, you'll notice that you don't always have all of the case staff. The folks who are there don't have the opportunity to sit right next to the offender, right in front of a camera. And so you're not going to be able to look at them and see if they're agreeing, disagreeing with statements that are made. The board oftentimes is not getting those crucial little details that let it know what to do with a particular offender and how that offender may in fact act if and when they are released, what conditions to impose, etc. Oftentimes, we have noticed that as a result of the video hearings, or seemingly as a result, since it's kind of difficult to actually quantify this, that there are modification requests, pieces of information that are left out, which complicates release. A person will stay inside of a facility longer because their grant has to be modified and changed. We have to then reach out to other folks and try to get more information. So there's a whole variety of things with regard to each and every grant that just simply gets missed if you don't have those in-person hearings. And that's one of the things that we're looking at. The board can also, when they visit the facilities, I believe, get an idea of what sort of programming options are going on, how the facilities are running. They can get a better understanding of the department's operations and what sorts of general trends they're noticing. So with regard to the programming, for example, we can better receive information directly from the facility about what is actually happening there. And I don't know if our chairperson, Ms. Garrison, would like to add anything to that.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Being able to look someone in the eye, you know, when I'm going to sign my name to a grant and let them go back out into society, I want to have that one-on-one, you know, conversation with them. Like Mike mentioned, our DOC staff that are there, even the correctional officers, they respond to comments that are made just in how they interact with us as well. So we get a good sense of if the inmate's being honest, and we can work together with the team. So lately, when we've had hearings, they're putting an inmate in a room all by themselves. We can't hear them most of the time, and we aren't hearing from their whole team, all the staff, to know what's going on in their treatment, their rehabilitation. And so before I sign a grant, I want to be able to find out, is our community going to be safe? I want to represent the victim, and find out, are they in that spot where our community will be safe on their release? And I feel that one-on-one connection, looking them in the eye, six feet away, is the best way to conduct those hearings.
Okay, thank you. I mean, I think what you're telling us is that virtual settings don't provide you with the opportunity to perceive the nonverbal cues that are so important with interpersonal communication. I think that's what this boils down to.
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Other questions, members? Other questions? Okay. Anything else for us today?
Mr. Chairman, I wish to thank the Joint Appropriations Committee for its allowing us the opportunity to present our budget and our exception request. And if there are no further matters, we're done, sir.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Merry Christmas. Nice to see you, Lori.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. On tomorrow's agenda, you'll start off with the Collection Agency Board. I anticipate a very short hearing, potentially challenging the WICHE program for duration. The Department of Audit does have a number of divisions. They're up next, followed by the Miners Hospital Board and a new executive director, Ms. Okray. In the mid-morning and the better part of the afternoon is the Department of Health. That comprises over 1/5 of the total budget of the state of Wyoming and over 1/3 of the general fund budget of the state of Wyoming. And then around 4 o'clock or late afternoon, the final agency, the Wyoming Retirement System, is scheduled to appear. I should also correct, during the break here, there was some confusion. The Transportation Department chairs do not receive any salary or per diem. You do have 2 liaisons, one from the House and one from the Senate, who are not the chairs of the Joint Transportation Committee. They are liaisons and they do receive per diem.
Are they on the Transportation Committee?
I believe they're liaisons to the committee.
So but they're not.
Oh. I believe they both are, yes.
Okay. All right. Anything else from members of the committee for today? Well, we didn't finish on time. Missed it by 30 minutes, so, oh well. No, it's, yeah, I can think of one question that one person asked today that led us to about 45 minutes of additional discussion. Well, I would, except he outranks me, so. Okay, anyway. All right, thank you, Dawn. Elizabeth, did you have something? Okay, thanks so much. Kevin, thank you, and we will see you tomorrow.